Now,
No, sir, it's not visible now.
yeah.
Yes, sir, it's there.
So welcome you all. So today's session is completely on a very, uh, say like it's a very prestigious information which we're going to deal with high rise, and it's very important that you all should understand how the projects are done, what are the what are the easy way out and what are the difficult ways out. So what is the actually the potential of design as well as potential of architect in a high rise building. Just quickly let you know, so we are a design firm and we have a good experience in a lot of projects, not only local, but we are also doing international projects. So uh, it's very important how you manage and how you deal with a lot of projects all over and understand the complications of buildings. So a lot of experience has been gained, while studying in UK as well as having work experience done there, and then coming back knowing a lot of difficulties and the upcoming architectural progress in India, especially in Mumbai. So high rise is the real way, where things have changed and things have boomed in our real estate industry. So let us take you to the basic design experience. So basically, our experience as a designer in high rise is along with of course, the most important thing is you have to also have a participation in academia because a lot of students are actually having a good creative potential which develops. So that is why we also engage ourselves for workshops. So today's session is specially, designed to explain what are the potential of architects and designers, or generally we also call them design managers. So the design managers are mainly those who work with developers to actually execute the project with a lot of different consultants. So these are the two keywords basically: architect as designers and design managers towards development of mega projects in Mumbai. So basically, we are talking right now potentially to explore a high-rise design in Mumbai, basically, and of course Mumbai Thane development, and also we're talking about not only as a basic design, like you design something and you just start executing it. It's all about how to get a design character into it. So that is why a void in the skyscraper is a like a small exercise which we have designed so that you start thinking towards environmental design in a high rise. So that's factor which has been honestly which has been ignored over ages, and it's high time that we have to get environmental design into the high rise. And what are the potentials? How do we look at it? That is what is the key. So all the students will also be able to do a short exercise, basically in the form of groups, and we can explore a lot of design elements in this project. So how do we actually not only work towards practical, but also get some nice elements of environmental design into the building and create uh, the architecture right from concept towards the execution. So that is the most important thing to explore. So a lot of famous architects, like you must be knowing commercial architects, but these are a very different kind of architectural background. So there's architect Boha, that's a firm basically, and Kin Yang, that's a firm. Because Foster and Partners in Bombay is famous. They've done executed a lot of projects in Bombay. Even Boha has executed a lot of projects in Bombay. Then Benish, Jordi, Stefano Biori. So these are the architects whom we're going to explore and study. So out of like so many architects around the world, we have shortlisted few, which have actually, you know, uh, actually engaged into environmental designs right from very basic conceptual idea towards the execution. So we're going to look at these and then explore how we can learn from these architects and how we can learn and improvise our design skills and have our own proposals towards the city. So this is the entire short brief of what this workshop is. So what will you all need? You all need nothing. You all just need one online tool, which we are already there with the Google Meet and of course the YouTube. And second thing is what you need is just like have the potential to explore. So basic tools like modeling. So it could be SketchUp, Revit. It could be any environmental design tools y'all have. If y'all don't have, it's fine. You can use theoretical knowledge which have been taught to you all in EVS especially. And then what you'll need is your basic planning platforms, your AutoCAD skills, your way to develop different presentations. It could be photo montage, it could be a nice exploration of ideas, some nice sketches. And then effectively we just need like one or two A2 sheets, or maybe one or two render and the layouts, how we'll develop. So this is what we need. So we'll give you a pre-drafted, format and give you the site and everything. So it's not only a workshop where I'll be talking and then it's done. It's all about you need to explore and come back to me and tell us how you have explored thing. What is your journey? And it's very short. It's not going to be like your AD design where for months and months you'll are developing a project and then giving a panel jury. It's like a quick charade. So today is the day one. In the day one, basically we'll have anything which you'll need to design. So you need to know the complete structure of the design. So that's of what the project is. I'll take you to the definition, the high rise, some history, how it evolved, and what is the necessity. So what is the why it is coming up. Why the high rises are more seen rather than ground structure, the G+1, G+2 structure, the G+4 structures. So what are the important aspects? Then of course, what is most important in a high-rise building is to understand the wind loads and the structural impacts. So we're not asking you to design structurally become a structural designer. We are asking you to develop or have a knowledge, towards structural design and what are the impacts of your building design towards the structure, and then what are the impacts of structure towards the building design. So that is the most important element to explore. So all these are like chapters. We'll quickly take you through this, and then everything impacts is the core design. So the most efficient design of a core is most important element in not only in practice but to erect a building or not to sell your project, to develop the project. And what needs to core design is of course the vertical circulation, the structural impacts, the MEP services, and fire is most important element in Bombay, especially with it's very difficult to handle fire services and mechanical services. And then the key is also there with the facade design, with the glazing and what are the ratios. So these are the basic topics which we will run through, theoretical impacts, and it's going to be like something different. So it's not what you just see daily, and so it's all about taking you all to the complete journey of our design. And this will not only help you towards AD project or something, it is going to help you for the lifetime, when you practice in architecture, when you get into the jobs, when you start meeting different consultants basically. So this knowledge will help you to talk and to understand what these consultants talk in daily lives. And then as I explained to you all, we'll do a short exercise. So I'll share you project briefs and all. And of course, then how we will develop your design. So we'll develop your design with these parameters. Once you have the basic design done, of course, with a group. You'll do if individually, it's going to be a little difficult. So it's a high rise, and coordination in a group is most important in a high rise. So that is why this platform is used, where 8 to 10 students in a group can actually participate and then start exploring design. So environmental design potential in a high rise is going to be vertical gardens, it's going to be decks, terraces, exploring refuge areas for fire escape, and some breathing spaces, and biodiversity, how we're going to interact with the nature at the high rise. So these are the important environmental factors. And then how do you actually do a very like a sustainable practice in which you factor in a lot of impacts of environmental design with services, especially with the water, the sewage, the treatment, the electric loads, how we're going to manage all these. So I'll take you through these when theoretical aspects as well as in practice how we're going to design these. And then of course we have these impacts of renewable energy, which is done mainly like way less explored in Mumbai, but it has a huge potential to be done. And day two will take you through it later on. So let us start. Like anyone recognizes these buildings, like any students? You can open your mic and talk. I don't need to swap. CR. Anyone recognizes these buildings? Like, have you all traveled in Bombay? Guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Have you all traveled? Like, have you all seen these buildings in Bombay?
Yes,
The
sir. Some
third
of
one.
them.
Third one. So did
Yes, sir.
anyone have opportunity to walk around on the street and see how this building has been functioning from outside at least? Inside too, I don't think Ambani will allow you. No one has seen World One? Yeah?
So only through images.
Okay. And of course, so right now what we are talking is, so this is almost like 1 kilometer building, 1 kilometer plus, 1,000 meters height. And this is like almost like 340, 350 meters. And this is in the range of 250 meters. So see, like, the tallest building in Bombay is not like one-third the height of a tallest building in the world. So, where we stand basically in the high rise, that's most important, and what are the ways we can, start exploring high rise buildings. So it's very different, like imagine you travel, like you run for 300 meters and then you run for 1 kilometer. So what is the difference? Anyone? Anyone runs marathon? No one?
No, sir.
In school, you all must have run, na? 400 meters race, 100 meters race. Anyone? No one is an athlete.
No, sir.
So at least someone must, have that ability, like in your school days. Basic तो school run हुआ रहेगा ना 100 meters race. कितना
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
कितना energy लगता है, you get tired ना after running that 100 meters race, especially when you're competing to reach that final length.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So you use all your potential, your mind, your focus, your energy, your speed, your training. Everything is important, right? So similarly in a high rise, everything is important. So That is why it's a direct implication, when you are actually exploring something on your own. So if you just go for a 100-meter run, like today, I'll tell you go run 100 meters. You won't be able to complete 100 meters free of charge. And 400 is like out of question, and 1 kilometer is like oops. And 21-kilometer marathon is like no one will be able to finish if you are not an athlete. So that is how it works. In a high rise, every meter up, it's a challenge. It has a lot of impacts on the design. So that is how we have to explore or understand the building. Every meter high you go, it's an achievement in itself. So why do we talk about that? So generally, these high rises, it's designed due to space crunch and due to density. So any building which is above 30 floors. So anybody could tell me in terms of meters, like 30-floor building, what could be the average height? What is the generally floor to floor you all consider when you design a building?
3 meters.
3 meters.
So for 30 meters, what would be the height?
99.
And for 50?
150.
So 90 and 150 basically on a thumb rule basis. Okay. So generally you will have then double height lobbies, you'll have breakout spaces, you'll have double height spaces, water tanks. So generally it crosses like 10 meters more, 10 to 15 meters more on an average. But it's very important for you all to understand. And also, if you see this building, you'll see these floors. Can you see little dark patches in the building? So these are also like service floors and mechanical floors. So we break these buildings. Like here also you can see this dark patch. It's like a service floor. It's very important to understand the heights. So the definition is like any building in general above 30 is a high rise, but above 50 is called a skyscraper. And what a skyscraper does is basically skyscraper is like generally designed for showing your power or domination. So these are the powerful guys in Bombay, the Rhoda developer, Ambani, then the Jeddah Tower. So Saudi Arabia king is showing his power, like I can design, I can get this executed. And it's really important, economically as well as potentially to develop this kind of a buildings. So this is what I was telling you. So this is the general idea for high-rise towers all over the world. And then, of course, these are some basic definition. So here I'm introducing you all to Council of Tall Buildings and Urban Habitat, CTBUH. It's a forum, basically global forum. India is also strongly participating in CTBUH. So I request all the students to at least explore their website. And also it has, I think Skyscraper City has potentially all the data of all the high rises. It's not only like one or two, every architect who's done a high rise will have his data of the design of the basic plans, sections, elevations there. And most important factor is you can see like none of this building, none of these buildings have the same shape. None of them have the, the same envelope. Can you all see? Someone has done like a curve, someone has done like a symmetrical, someone has done cylinders, someone done a conical. So these are different shapes, So in the same image, all the different high rises, every shape is achieving different formulas to go high. And of course, that's also exploring the beauty. You can also see the beauty of structural systems, seen in most of the buildings, how it evolves. So I wanted to understand, like, these are the parameters which you're going to, learn in 2 days and explore. So someone has done like a void here. Someone has done a crown with a clock tower. Anyone has even seen the images of these buildings in reality? Y'all recognize anyone? Like, can y'all recognize 2, 3 buildings from these? Anyone in Mumbai, in India? Anyone? Any of these buildings are in Mumbai or India?
No, sir.
So have you all seen in images?
Yes, sir. In images, we have seen it.
So can you all tell me which building? Which is this building? The first building?
So Burj Khalifa.
No, the first building. I just showed you all in the first slide, the first building. Are you able to understand? Like, I'll just take you this.
So it's
So
the
this
Jeddah
is
Tower.
the Jeddah Tower, the first building. Second one, rightly said, the Burj Khalifa. Anyone else? Come on quickly. No? Like, potentially these are the best buildings in the world in high rise.
So fourth one is Taipei Tower.
This one? What about this one?
No, sir.
I don't think this is Taipei Tower. I'm not sure.
No, sir.
Sir, clock wala Makka Royal.
Right. This one?
Yes, sir. That's Taipei Tower.
Hmm. Correct. Taipei 101. This one? It's in China. Shanghai Tower, basically. Anyways, so these are the heights. So these are generally 300 meters. So we are like all the buildings in Mumbai have reached, not all, but the tallest buildings have just reached 300 meters. That's World One basically. And Palais Royal, which is unbuilt. So two buildings are just reached there. Like in Mumbai, I was able to design something up to 280 meters, not reach 300. So it's a very different ballpark when you do 280 and 300. So, so this is very where we stand. And this is the average height, 600 meters, where globally a lot of buildings have evolved. So we are not even like halfway there. And imagine type of construction, type of infrastructure which Mumbai has. The Mumbai, I'm saying because Mumbai is the most developed urban city right now in India, at least in terms of finance and in terms of people spending, the money spending, because all the rich guys love to have a home in Mumbai, in India at least. So that is where the money is because it takes huge amount of money to develop such buildings. So we are not even halfway. There's a lot of potential to explore to reach these. And how have these buildings evolved? So what is important is the crown. Everyone would like to wear a cap, a hat, just to show like you look more good. So this is something like a crown. Every king has a crown. Every queen has a crown, basically. So what they do is they have a last habitable floor, and then so on an put X, on a very thumb rule basis, like 60% they will build, and then 30% is or 40% is only for the aesthetics of the building. So this is Burj Dubai. You all must have seen at least in movies, if not in reality. A lot of movies, Bollywood movies, have been shot on Burj Dubai. Burj Khalifa also, a few movies. So Burj Khalifa also you can see the potential, like 30% is extra. It's non-habitable. It's almost 200 meters. It's just there as a symbol, as a space, and for services, for other equipments which are needed to balance. Structurally, sometimes it's needed, and every tower will have its own crown and a pinnacle, what to say. So it's a symbol. Anyways, let us go back. That is the modern world and how we would see how we explore high rises all over the world and why. So first high rise, like one is 146 meters, and it was the pyramids. And of course, there were some other potential high rises, but then this is a very built famous and world famous pyramid. So, and it is a very stable structure. Like it survived. It survived for so many years. That is a potential of sustainability. Though it took a lot of energy of a lot of people, and it also used technology to be built. So you all must have studied in history. You all must have watched a lot of movies, especially on Net Geo and all how these pyramids were built. A lot of energy has gone. You couldn't have imagined in today's world someone making a pyramid like this. Like each stone was carried up, form of that. But it survived because of those kind of energies which went into designing, which went into execution. It survived for millions of years, right? These are some high rises made of mud architecture, basically in Yemen. It's 60 meters, but it's nice. Again, it's survived. Like it's still there in Yemen. And then these are our famous temples, basically. It's the temple. This is a church, Qutub Minar. It survived. Can you imagine? Like anyone could imagine how difficult it was to make, you know, such buildings. Have you all seen Qutub Minar? Have you all visited in a study trip or something? I'm sure fifth year must have done a study trip, earlier. Or personally, anybody from Delhi. Why are you so quiet? You all don't respond. It's talk, no? It's like it's nice to interact. Basically. Anyone has gone to Meenakshi temple? Basically, have you all seen the Gopurams? South India trip. Have you all studied? Anybody has studied a Gopuram as a case study?
No, sir.
Pyramid? पिरामिड तो किया ही रहेगा ना.
So we studied a bit about it in humanities and मतलब वो वाले subjects में थोड़ा बहुत.
Which building? Pyramids.
Pyramids, yes sir. About the
And
history.
not about Qutub Minar and Gopuram and all.
Sir, just a glance, like exactly मतलब वो कहाँ पे है, क्यों है, वैसा सब. ज़्यादा
None of the student has gone after the class and checked what it is.
Sir, actually, before joining architecture, we have visited the Qutub Minar and Gopuram,
Wow.
Meenakshi temple.
So how was your experience like? Can you just talk about it like for a minute? Like, share your experience with your friends. So what was difference basically? Gopuram and Qutub Minar. It's okay. I mean, you went for a holiday. You must not have visited like a architectural eye or something. But still, sometimes it's nice to know as a tourist what you feel.
Sir, the Meenakshi temple, it was actually a very good experience because the sculptures and the carvings, it created a illusion, or pleasing to the eyes, we can say.
Right. But then, did you imagine like how they would have created this like at that height? Like 60 meters is a good height. We're talking 10 floor building. No, 20 floor building in fact. So any one of you stay in a tall building above 10 floors?
Yes, sir.
So what is your experience?
So sometimes during rainy seasons it's like very windy. बहुत ज़्यादा हवा रहता है ऊपर के like I live on 9th floor. So like earlier I used to live on first floor. So like comparatively जो wind flow है वो बहुत ज़्यादा high रहता है. View was pleasing. Like earlier I didn't get that view, like sunsets or sunrise, that thing. And
So sun आता है at 9th floor.
नहीं you get a view. हाँ मतलब.
So you don't get sunlight coming directly into your room.
Yes, sir. Sunlight comes directly in the house, like in the rooms.
As compared to first floor, you'll be having more light, right? More daylight.
No, so actually the thing was like when I lived on the first floor, it really covered, like the building was covered with some other high rise of buildings. Like my building earlier was of 3 floors. Then the surrounding buildings were of 5 to 6 floors. So comparatively, the sunrise was not there.
Yeah.
And on this this building on comparatively hair sunrise.
So what about living in the first floor using staircase and living on the 9th floor using lift? So what is the circulation differential which you push here?
So on the earlier building, वहाँ पे सिर्फ stairs थे, like no lifts were there, and in this building the staircase are only used for fire purpose, like fire staircase के लिए it's used, and like 9th floor कोई चढ़ेगा नहीं, तो they have the lifts, respective lifts मतलब हर एक building के लिए. So that's the thing.
But experientially, what you like more of lifts or like first floor? You like, even I used to stay on first floor earlier. And I used to love first, like just go down, get something, come up, get back to your studies. What is your experience?
So I think lift is like when I just shifted here, like for the initial first 1 to 2 months, it was really exciting to travel in the lift, like for like 5 to 6 seconds it is, but it was really exciting for me. Because I from childhood I haven't really had the experience, and then after some time, after the time passed, it was like it was okay, like it didn't matter that much.
Okay. So anyone knows like none of these buildings have lifts?
Yes, sir.
So can you imagine like 52 meters, 20-story building going up and down? Yeah. How people would have, worked, what energies they had, So this is what I wanted to explore, like in historic times, people were more energetic, people were more healthier. They were more, less dependent on technology and more dependent on self-sustenance. So that is what you need to learn. So even in those eras, they had better technologies. They did this kind of a carving. They did this kind of a fluting. So this is called fluting, the term which we use. Someone did a very symmetrical, tower, basically. This is a church tower with the cones. So they had these proportions in mind. They had this spatial quality where you just explain, aesthetically, someone would, just enter with a very narrow door, but, this tower of Gopuram will be seen, from, like at least like 4 to 5 kilometers away minimum from where. So it showed power. Something like this showed harmony of living. Everybody like 7, 8 floors would just climb up, and then someone would climb from one building to another. It's a very different way people lived earlier. Now we all are dependent on technology. So it's very important to learn technology. Because if you don't learn technology, it's not going to help you anymore. Otherwise, you'll have to go back into the history centuries ago and start designing something like this. And no one is going to use it. Like rightly your friend suggested, like I can't imagine, climbing up the stairs and moving down the stairs for 9 floors. So imagine when you're talking something about 50-story building, 100-story building, you'll have to learn the skills of designing a good building with a technology in it. So that is where the Americans initially started. So this is the first elevator, by Otis. Anybody has heard about Otis? Otis lifts. So this guy here is Otis. He innovated lifts. So he put weights and something came down and then something went up. You can see this chain pulley. So imagine this is how the lifts was earlier thought of. So what happened in America is a lot of people, like that time in America, even like 10 people staying in one room was a big thing. And then they had a lot of shanties. So what happened is they started exploring like this is not the way one should live. Because everybody were coming in the cities and trying to safeguard, because city has a lot of potential in terms of health, education, in terms of business, banking, economics. Everything is there in the cities. So people start crawling into the cities. Like generations after generations will always have in mind, like, let's move to a city. Once you're in a smaller city, then you'll go to a bigger city, then to a megapolis. Mumbai is a megapolis. So that is how, high rises start popping up in Mumbai first. And then slowly the high rises have extended to suburbs of Mumbai. And now everywhere you can see high rise, even in Badlapur, even in like Dombivli, Kalyan, you can see high rises coming up. It was never the case, few years ago. But how the human mindset, of any family changed. Let's move to Mumbai, and then Mumbai is very expensive, so let's move to Thane, and then Thane is also expensive now, so let's move to Upper Thane. This is how people start moving. Families start moving. So everything is to do with density. So imagine so these people I think in mid 1920s, 1930s started understanding it's not the way how one should live. So they started exploring. So someone did a lift, someone did a steel structure. So these were the earliest steel. So steel revolution, you all must have studied in history. So made them explore these potentials, and that is how the whole cycle of steel building started coming up. Steel came into construction. Earlier, it was only brick, mortar, wood, stone before that. So this is how it evolved. So scarcity in urban land, increasing demand of business and residences, technology advancements, then structural innovation. So these are the structural innovations. Then human aspiration to build higher. So then people started seeing construction as an industry, seeing real estate as an industry, and then everybody wanted to make it like a significant or a prestige. So Lodha in Bombay has become a prestige now for developers. Like, let me explore this. So there's another developer called Omkar, there's another developer called India Pulse. So all these developers started, having a lot of significance. So nothing to do with culture now. This has become a culture. Megapolis has become a culture in itself. So earlier culture was say Hindu, then Hinduism, Marathi, Marathism, then Gujarati, Gujaratism. So all these were cultures that time. So that time they built those temples, like Meenakshi temple and all signifies a cultural system. So this was a culture. This is a different culture. This is a different culture. Now It's no more. Everything is globalized. Every person is educated. They see cultural difference will not help you all much. So that's moved into a normal buildings like these coming up where you find a lot of people living together in the same building. In the same building, you'll have like 20 different cultural people, having different ideas, but living in the same typology. So, so, so that cultural is removed, and then it's become significance and prestige. I am a banker, I am the MD of such a company, I will stay in a high rise. I'm the CEO of a company and I'll stay in such a high rise. So that becomes a prestige. Of course, you should have an economic growth, and then that is how the concept is. Then everybody started making like a city skyline. So everybody started exploring a different design. Every architect has an aspiration like my building should be iconic, my building should have a height which is better than someone else. So that is how the race is. So this is how things evolved. And we always cherish Louis Sullivan. He is the first person who actually explored a lot of ideas of designing steel buildings into aesthetics, and then he's got a very so someone who is interested in theory and who is also looking for how evolution of high rise have affected. So Louis Sullivan is the architect where he actually treated, so these are not for aesthetics only, it is functional. So these were the functional structural members which were treated aesthetically for the betterment of the building. So he was the first one where he saw that steel buildings could actually get fire hot. Steel has a less uh, fire resistance as compared to other things. So he started encasing steel into bricks, and that is how he developed these aesthetic buildings. It's very nice to study him. And then he, of course, has used the term called jacketing. So it's called jacket seal construction. And he used masonry or terracotta for fireproofing. So someone who just sees this building would say, like your friend just said, aesthetically it was very important, nice. But there's something which you need to see beyond aesthetics. Anything, like you go and talk to a developer. Most of you must have some connection with a developer in Mumbai or in your area. He will say, "Arey, if it is not needed, then leave it. No, it's just impacting my cost." Right. So that even in those times, like this is 1896, right? So a few hundred years ago, also they had the same idea. Like they would not do anything unless it is necessity. So here he created this idea of encasing the steel with bricks and mortars, and then he created this beautiful architecture. So I spoke about population, and this is some data. Basically, you can see how we're jumping, and Americans have already exceeded certain levels. Now, this is a very average data. It generally won't have much significance to you when you're designing a simple building in one town, but in overall, when you see for a nation, if one guy does something, someone else will do even better. Someone else will do even better. So then that is how the cities grow and expand. You take a case like I think Runwal developed certain things in Dombivli Kalyan, and then Lodha came, and someone else came, and someone else came, and then now it's become like a big mega city in Dombivli Kalyan area. It's even bigger than Navi Mumbai sometimes when I see the population, the density, how it's expanding. So that is the potential. So that is when you see at a mega level with the government, this is the important data which you need to know, and it is needed to justify why you need a high-rise building in that area, the government. This is a very famous slide of which I always like to explore. So what are we doing? Like even after centuries, we still want to make high-rise buildings. Someone needs to do sculptures. So this is a very trendy thing in Mumbai, especially after the tall towers. Anybody has been to this place in Gujarat, guys?
No, sir.
No one? Anybody knows about this project of Shivaji? Shivaji statue? Where is this going to come? No? Have you all seen these buildings? They're already there. Can you all recognize? So this is in near your area basically. It's near Kalyan. No one?
This is Kaka Mantra.
Yeah. Anyone stays here? No one? So this is Amantra project basically. So see the density. There's no space, but architect has beautifully created spaces inside. It's very nice. One should explore, now since things will open up slowly. Please have a visit, like a site visit, explore how high-rise, low-rise combo has worked and developed a nice community living here. So the idea here for this slide is we are still, developing this kind of architecture, and globally, like this is in China basically, proposed by Zahadid architects. So globally, people have moved. So you can see the suburbs of these areas were actually these buildings. People have moved from this kind of architecture and developed this iconic building with voids, with connection, bridges, aesthetics. You can see green spaces, shading. Here you can see more of windows. Here you can't see any windows. You can see only shading, skin, developing skins to the building. So there is a lot of difference in aesthetics. So India has a potential. Like the height of this is 3 times the height of this, I think. I'm not sure with the fact, but at least 2.5 to 3 times. So India has a potential. If they can develop something like this, why not something like this? So that is why this slide has been brought up. It's nothing to do with individual political statement or something, but it's like we have a potential to do something. We have a potential to do something in the middle of the sea. So this is near Chopati area proposed. Our government is currently, trying its best to have this erected as soon as possible. So we have a huge potential in terms of finance, capacity, engineering, technology to develop something in the middle of the sea, in the middle of the banks of the river. But then the same energy can never be, utilized to develop something like this to this. So what are the challenges? What are the difficulties? What is the process in which one should look at? That is what I want you all to explore. So I want you all to explore such buildings, which is the future. So once you'll come into practice, you'll work with some architects for few years, or maybe whole life, but then also develop, a sense where aesthetics will actually, develop a better city, a better idea, a better statement. So this also has a statement of power, significance, etc., which were the basic principles of high rise. But what is important, it has this green spaces, the shaded atrium. Can you see this? Atrium is always shaded in any time of the year. It's been designed with those potentials. Coming to the reality, basically right now in Mumbai, high rises came from the challenge which a lot of architects, urbanists saw that people were just coming to Mumbai and started settling in slums, and it was and it is and it's going to be a big challenge for any developer or any person who wants to make some better life, to move people living in these slums to a better place, or how to relocate them, how to ask someone to change their lifestyle. So today, if I ask you, to change your lifestyle, it's going to be really difficult, right? So these people have survived in such slums generations after generations, and they've been asked to move into these towers. So how difficult it's going to be for them to live, to change. So those were the idea basically. So now when we started exploring those ideas, so this was like almost 15 years ago. It's not a new slide, 15 to 20. So this presentation slide has been developed by one of my ex-boss and architect office contractor, where we were trying to develop some idea where the, the high rise would be the only solution where the green spaces could actually be opening up. So we did a quick study, like if this kind of a slum needs to be relocated into a building, then what would be the potential? So we did a very quick urban footprint study. It's called a footprint study, means plot area. Anybody knows, everybody should know now what is a plot area. So plot area to a built up area, that is like the building footprint area. I'm not talking of FSI area right now, it's only the building footprint. So the building footprint to the plot area, what should be the ratio, and then how will you able to fit all these people in that block? So that kind of an exercise we did, and then we found out, like even if I do a 21-meter building, so that time like 15 years ago, 21-meter building was very common. So then this was the density, and then we said like we'll make it 50 meters, and then this was the density. So now, according to you all, what should be done? Which is a better way, 50 meter or 20 meter? Yeah, guys, did you understand this slide? It's a very important slide. Can anyone share their views, what they have understood? Or it's gone for a toss? Any student? I would expect some fifth year student to talk about this. No?
Class
Everything is
is there.
written. Everything is written on this. You just need to read what is written.
So I guess 50 meters would be much better so that they can also get green open spaces and amenities.
Yeah, but can you talk more about it?
So according to the vertical transportation, it will consume time. Even the lift to reach up and down continuously, it will consume more time. Whereas the 21-meter building would do it easily and also save lots of time and electricity.
No, but how? Imagine, so how many buildings are here? 1, 2, 3. For example, 4 average and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 40 buildings means minimum 2 lifts. So 80 lifts we are talking. And imagine the traffic here. So every lane, every building I want to enter. Now I'm talking at a urban level. Every building I need to enter, every building will have minimum say 10 to 15 cars. So what is the time consumed for the person to travel from year to year? Yeah. So can you start imagining now?
Yes, sir.
So imagine if I do only like 10 buildings instead of 40. So easily the cars would get parked here, and then you just have to wait in your lobby, and you have high speed lifts. but then what you rightly said, it will consume more energy, but then your energy balance will be there somehow. You need to work on it. It's not easy. Like, it's a debatable challenge, but if you have a better technology, then even high rise would be more sustainable by doing this rather than doing this. Okay. So one can prove it's an exercise, because here you will have more green spaces, more open spaces. It will have more potential for doing landscaping, breathing spaces, open spaces. More daylights would enter. Yeah. Then people viewing each other would be reduced, right? So all these ratios, proportions, scale is very important. So it's very nice you opened up this discussion. So, after this workshop, sometimes other friends, 2 to 3 students can actually join and start discussing and challenging these ideas. Like whether what we are saying is better or you have a further better proportion. Like someone who did Burj Khalifa would say, I would do only one tower here, which would be like 500 floors high. Correct? So just see what works as an architect. So these are the keywords: open spaces, amenity spaces, essential infrastructure. This is the most important thing. So here you see every development you all do, the subplotting you all do, what we call, will have more of infrastructure, will have more of amenities. Every building will ask for one pool. Every building will ask for one theater, one play area. But when you do a combo plot, it will be combined amenity, right? It will be a combined space. It will have more community interaction. You'll meet more people. But of course, money factor will go for a toss. Like a normal developer would be able to do this. To do this, you need a very significant or economically stable developer. Challenges to do this is much higher than to challenges to do this is much lower as compared. This could be done in little bits and pieces. Like एक बिल्डिंग बनाया, पैसा आया तो दूसरा बनाया, पैसा आया तो तीसरा बनाया, धीरे 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 करके जाएंगे. But here you don't have that play. So today the Bombay developers who are at the mid-level, at low, upper mid-level would do this scheme. This would do only with the top developers. So you also need to see in terms of economy, in terms of challenges, financial challenges. Also, the regulations to develop such buildings are much more stringent as compared to regulations to do this. So this is on the eastern front, and our project exploration is also on the eastern front. So I'm just highlighting to you all some keywords right now. It's going to be a little difficult for you all to grasp what I'm saying, but these are the keywords and you need to further understand these keywords. It's not going to happen overnight. You need to sit on it, study, understand the buildings, proportions, ratio, scale, and then come up with a better solution. So just zooming this into a further detail. Now, every architect who graduates should know this basic principles of designing. So this is the most important slides, the 2 slides which I showed you. The entire workshop is this. If you understand these formulas, if you go to a architectural practice, they will absorb you. They will make you get into the design team because you'll understood these fundamentals of design. Otherwise, you will be there just like a support to a designer. So what is important is, can you all read? Anybody can read this slide? Any good orator?
Yes.
Yeah, guys, please.
How to define a building footprint? A similar study was zoomed into a singular plot, establishing relationship of building footprint to ground ratio. Point 1, FSI of 1.33 is considered for a given plot and compared in a relation to the building footprint and ground coverage.
Yeah, just stop.
Second point.
1 second. So first point, everybody knows what a FSI is? At least you know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So can you just broadly tell me what FSI is? Because if you don't understand FSI, this slide is meaningless to you. Come on, at least the fifth
So
year.
floor space index.
Yeah, but what is a floor space index? So say if this is a 100 square meter plot, then what is 1.33 FSI? Anyone?
A max permissible floor area.
No. If I give you, say, a plot, say for example, this plot is 100 square meters. Then what is 1.33 FSI going to be related to this floor, this plot? What would be
133.
the area of the overall footprint? What is the built-up area?
133 square meters.
Yeah, that is 1.33. Correct. So to do 133 square meters in this, we have planned in a different way, like option 1 and option 2. Okay. To consume 133 square meter of area, it can be done in two ways. One, we subdivide the building into low rise or the mid rise, and one is to make a high rise. Are you able to understand the difference now?
Yes, sir.
So here we are talking of a difference where same plot में same area consumption, same FSI में what is better and what is not. That is what this slide is. Now continue reading.
It reduces the space for the driveways and can have a uniform large basement for the car parks to have clear movement.
Yeah. So this one will have a larger basement with one driveway. So infrastructure area reduced straight away. कितना percent? 50% से, or at least 40% reduced. तो उतना RG area बढ़ गया. Can you see this? RG on podium, RG on ground.
Yes, sir.
So green space automatically बढ़ गया. Now,
Open spaces between the neighboring building also increases.
yeah. So here what is important is ये दो building के बीच में समझो 10-10 मीटर का difference है या 12-12 मीटर का difference है. But here, if you do one building, this one building will have at least 20-25 meters open space. Understood? But you will go higher. You will have to go higher. You'll have to have more services. You'll have to have more challenges, more idea of designing a building as compared to this. But when you have the same plot of 100 square meter, 133 built up लेना है, now a client comes to you, he says कि मेरे को building बना के दो, options बना के दो, you know, मेरे को residential building ही बनाना है, for example. So then someone who has be having a very basic knowledge would start, you know, designing something like this. But then a client has a potential to do this as well. So he will say, "अरे ये तो बहुत expensive हो गया." So then, as an architect, you will have to come and tell what are the cost savings. So here, even if you do a design of such building and such building, your cost is going to be only like 10 to 15 times more as compared to this. Okay. But how is the cost analysis differential going to help, you know, justifying a high rise as compared to a low rise is what you need to say. Like यहाँ पर अभी आप यहाँ पर 3 लिफ्ट्स डालोगे तो 9 लिफ्ट्स होंगे. इधर आप 6 लिफ्ट्स में काम हो जाएगा. Understood? So you need to get into the core design. Then you need to, first I told you about the infrastructure area, the road area. Then third is about the green spaces. The green spaces में amenities बढ़ेंगे तो उनको attraction ज़्यादा होगा. So these developers will have more selling perspective, marketing strategies. Because here if you do 3 buildings, you are left with only 15% RG. Here at least it's about 30 to 40% of RG. So this is a very basic slide, and these two slides are fundamental. And this is at urban level, and this is at a plot level. Everybody understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyone has any doubt? For these two slides? समझा कि नहीं समझा? Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So these were the definitions for Mumbai and Thane, Upper Thane, Navi Mumbai. So this is how plot definitions happen, and this is how individual definitions of a building will happen. Then what are the challenges? So once you go higher, you will need a fire brigade, right? Fire is the most important challenge in any design to protect from fire. So now Mumbai has also upgraded its fire services. It has this 90-meter fire tender, but only in few locations. I think there are only 3 to 4 such fire stations which has a 90-meter the fire engine. So they have restrictions. They will say we need minimum 5 meters, we need minimum 6 meters. So these are technical definitions. You'll have to read definitions in DCR and in NBC. Now there's a UDCR which is there. So you need to read those whenever you're doing a project. And also you need to start engaging yourself with the approval architects who will guide you all with the definitions in your individual plot. So these are only the general definitions, the thumb rule definitions, where we say 21 meters है तो 7 meter setback दो. उससे ज़्यादा है तो इतना सेट मतलब we need with a 2 meter green belt. Here it has to be all paved because a bigger fire engine can move around. So this is 6 plus 3 and this is 5 plus 2. So 7 meters and this is 9 meters. So your building definitions will start changing your setbacks. So every person in Mumbai, right now what he will do is simple. He will take this plot area and then he will try to optimize the plot area. जितना बना सकते हो उतना बना देंगे. That is what a developer will talk to you. But then there are regulations which will govern. So this 9 meter setback will govern. 6 meters or 7 meters setback will govern your building footprint, or at least the building buildable area, the buildable zone in your plot. And this too is governed with the height. So the higher you go, the more setback you'll have to leave from your plot. So that is why this slide has been brought about. So this is the definitions with your local authorities. And those who are dealing with the airports, especially in Navi Mumbai, now the new airport is coming up in Mumbai, certain areas, not certain, in fact, all the areas in Mumbai, the heights are governed by ASML levels. So this has been defined by the aviation industry. Everybody must have seen this when they move around. This is in Santa Cruz and their area. This tower, it's a radar basically. So this radar has to be clear of certain radiuses to send signals to the air for the planes to drive. Imagine if the signal is not reached, the plane can crash. That is why aviation industry govern the heights. So even if you want to reach say 400 meters, you can't just design because you have a FSI 400 meters building. You have to go to these authorities, see whether it's disturbing their radiations. You have to see whether the fire authority has the potential to fight fire at that height. Do you have a fire station? That is also important. If you have, then what are the engine capacities? Then only you'll be able to design a higher building. So anyways, just like time for you all to chat and have few questions up. So can you all switch on your cameras and discuss? like for 10 minutes. Whoever wants to speak at least. It was a very informative or a more technical presentation which I shared to you all. Of course, I assume you all will have some questions. It's okay, it can be very silly, it's fine. But it's very important for me to understand you all. Anyone? Ninad? Atharva, Ninad?
Atharva, please respond.
Guys, this is very technical and very important. If you all don't interact, you will never learn. Like forget high rise, anything in architecture, बात तो करनी पड़ेगी ना. Talk in any language, I'm fine. Which of course I understand and your friends understand.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, Atharva.
Yeah, so sorry, there was some disturbance behind me, so I was not switching on the mic.
Yeah, so can you just talk for a minute? कि क्या चल सकता है? Like what you understood in a high-rise building? What are the definitions? What you will consider?
Yes, basically, while designing a high-rise building, the main thing we have to see is the site, the potential of site. Then regarding the surroundings, what is the FSA permissible there? Then the road width. Then the minimum offsets from the road. Then considering all the parameters, studying the basic rule book there, we have to see all the parameters that we have to satisfy while designing the high-rise building, because we can't make a building that's a blunder to the society. We are architects and we are responsible for the buildings that we construct. So basically we have to study all the rule books, have some guidelines that are necessary for the specific area. Like in different areas we have different rules, different regulations. We have to not, we are not like we have to study one book and we are quiet. We have to study rule books according to the areas, because different cities, different states have different rules. So we have to be aware of that also. We have different FSIs, we have different setbacks. Everything is different from area to area. So considering all the guidelines and rules, we have to construct the building.
So Ruchi, can you support Atharva or defend where he went wrong, where he said yes? Ruchi?
Hello.
Yeah, Ruchi. Did you hear what Atharva mentioned?
Yes, I have listened what Atharva has said.
Do you want to add or defend or argue with it?
Sir, there is nothing I can defend over here, but I want to just have a question over that you have compared three low-rise structure with a one high-rise structure. So, in my point of view, what is the means if the total material over the low-rise structure is the same, as the height increasing in high-rise structure, what is the main advantage of having the high-rise structure? Means, as you have said that there will be an RG area and all, but at the means as a constructor the person will say कि मैं जितना हाई राइज में डालूं उतना ही मैं तीन लो राइज कर सकता हूँ, तो मैं आगे क्या कर सकता हूँ ऐसे?
No, see, it's very simple logic. The government or any government would do only with area, right? FSI area or FAR area. Out of Mumbai, it's FAR. In Mumbai, it's FSI. आपको 100 स्क्वायर मीटर में 133 स्क्वायर मीटर ही बनाने देंगे, राइट?
Yes, sir.
तो तुम उतना स्क्वायर फीट ही बांधोगे. When you come to costing, we consider square feet or say square meters, for example. तो इतना स्क्वायर मीटर का ही कॉस्ट लगने वाला है, राइट?
Yes, sir.
उतना ही आप बना पाओगे. So that is a restriction, right?
Yeah.
अभी वो restriction में you need to explore what is the potential. So there are many ways to explore the potential in a plot, right? Low
Yeah.
rise बना दो, पूरा ही एक low rise wall बना दो, ठीक है?
Yes.
तो बहुत सारे options है. But when we are doing high rise building, so we need to justify a high rise, right?
Okay.
So you rightly asked ki what are the potential. So green space milna is a very big potential
Yes, sir.
in a city, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
It's a very big potential. और वो space जो मिलता है उनसे जो community development होता है in any building is much more than छोटे छोटे plot में छोटे छोटे. Like today Mumbai, there were a lot of problems in other aspects. Like we didn't have earlier, why we went for low rises, we didn't have that kind of a skill set of labors, skill set of equipment, skill set of cement, of steel, of other materials which were there. So wo milna, or it was very expensive to have that. So people did low rise. But now everybody is getting more of training. Imagine like a lot of architectural schools have come up, a lot of engineering schools have developed. Everybody are trained now. So now we have a potential to do much more. And the density is also increasing. Every day the population is increasing. So you need to somehow, you know, go in terms of high rise, not only for the justification कि मुझे high rise करना है, or justification of an open space ratio or something like that, but because of all these parameters, effective development will lead only for high rise unless you start developing a lot of cities around the cities. But you have seen like a lot of people never moved to Navi Mumbai for 15 years just because there was only one rail route connected. Slowly now they've built bridges, they've built more infrastructure which are connecting to two cities. They've also developed Navi Mumbai as a potential. Now they're getting airport. So slowly the people have after 10 to 15 years moved to Navi Mumbai. So then you don't need a lot of high rises. But if you don't, if everybody's crawling into one city and then still people come every day. Like today also in the morning, I just go out of my home and go near the railway station. You'll find at least 100, 200 people which are homeless. So that is the potential, and the idea is to give homes to each and everybody. So that is where we are talking. That is the challenge we need to face, and that too has to be so. So from the cost perspective, it has to be economical, but ideally it also has to be feasible, right? Agar if you don't do a high rise, you can't have slums and slums coming up in Mumbai or any other area outside Mumbai also. It needs to stop. So that is where these ideologies of developing high rise are started. And material is expensive. Even the lifts were expensive. Now lift industries have started coming up in India. Earlier, only lifts used to come from China or Germany or America or Japan. 4 places. Now we have a potential to develop lifts. So slowly, infrastructure within the buildings also have increased. So that is where we can now do high rises. And to develop a megapolis with a very high mega building, we still don't have infrastructure. That is the only reason why India could not go above 300 meters. Understood?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what we are talking is not very basic. When we are doing high rise, it's like buying a Mercedes. Okay, everybody can buy 10 Wagoners, for example, but to buy a Merc, you need that challenge, right?
Yes.
But yeah, so now what is happening in Mumbai is, driving like it's like driving a Ferrari in Mumbai. वो Ferrari का speed कुछ काम का ही नहीं है अगर मुंबई में इतना problem है तो, with the traffic jam and all these things, right?
Yes, sir.
So we are talking of those levels. So when you want to do something about 300 meters, it's like getting a Ferrari in Mumbai. But वो मुंबई में Ferrari you can't drive only. So वैसे ही above certain height we can't go. To develop those kind of buildings, you need to clear up Mumbai. You need to open up Mumbai. Declutter. It's a very important word. So high-rise helps to declutter things. It is expensive. Everything comes with a cost. बट इफेक्टिव जो स्क्वायर मीटर एरिया जो है उसको डेवलप करने के लिए उतना ही पोटेंशियल जाएगा. यू बाय 40 लिफ्ट्स एज आई टोल्ड यू, एंड देन यू बाय ओनली लाइक 10 lifts, 15 lifts. What is the cost difference? There the cost difference is. Then of course your column strengths. So to go higher you will have more steel, of course, 100%. But then when you compare 40 such buildings, so steel content will be equally more. 15 to 20% variation will come. High rises are expensive, but it will accommodate more people and give you more open space. So the more open space is the only keyword which is not there. You go abroad, why you like to see, movies which are shot abroad and rather than shot in Bombay, because of that open space, that green space, that wow factor, that aesthetically nice things. So these are these basic keywords which will be only justifying something where you are trying to accommodate population which is increasing. Like even when we are having this workshop, you'll find another, at least 100 families which are moved from somewhere in India and come to settle in Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Ambarnath, Badlapur, Karjat. 10 years before, Karjat was very different. I don't know, y'all stay in that area, right? Like, have you all been to Karjat quite often? 10 साल में Karjat पूरा change हो गया है. Why? Did anyone, like, when I was a kid, I always dreamed, let me have one farmhouse in Karjat. Now that dream is of no use. People will have only high-rise buildings in Karjat because the demand of the city is increased. Mumbai is no more till anything like till Thane. Mumbai or Thane has exploded up to Karjat or even beyond. Now people are asking, like Lodha developer is asking people to move to Dapoli. Imagine the extent in which Mumbai will grow. Dapoli में भी plots कम पड़ रहे हैं अभी. Understood?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, Pranjal.
So I had a question. So basically, I'm in 4th year now, and हम लोगों को फिलहाल high rise building के बारे में सिखा रहे हैं. So while studying through it, I got to know about the skyscrapers. So about skyscrapers, it was given that it has a rule, like not in India but like in the world, 50% of the building should be usable. Like उतना ही मतलब अगर if the 50% building is usable, then it is known as a skyscraper. So my question was like, why is it कि मतलब why then 50%, like वो जो अलग जो 50% रहेगा वो तो फिर waste of material में नहीं आएगा. Like even for example in Burj Khalifa, 39% of the building is unusable, like it is uninhabitable. So why do we like waste that much of material, that much of money on that thing, rather than using it in some like वहाँ पे उसको habitable space बनाने में, like why don't we use it in that thing?
No, because everybody doesn't want to save material. No? Everybody in this world doesn't want to be conservative. Every building cannot be a sustainable building. Na? They want to show power. They want to have prestige, economy. Na? Everybody won't wear a normal shirt and pant and move around. Na? Celebrities are much different than normal people, right? So people who make Burj Khalifa, Al Burj, all these buildings are actually the celebrity people, right? They want to show off their power. They want to show something. There's a difference, na? Okay. I told you all the keywords are economy, power, prestige. So those buildings which are megapolis, वो need नहीं है. दुबई को कोई जरूरत नहीं है इतना बड़ा टावर बनाने का. वो prestige के लिए बना रहा है. But India में वो necessity है because of population. China में they did so many high rises because of the population and the growth they wanted to. Here we are talking of necessity because of the population. If like Narendra Modi scheme for developing smart cities, if it works in another 5 to 10 years, then we will probably not need high rises in Mumbai that many as compared to what we have planned. But to make a smart city, to make it successful, the tenure is 15 to 20 years. In Mumbai, when I was a kid, Navi Mumbai was already done in 2000, 2002. Nobody moved to Navi Mumbai in 2000, 2002. अब भी जा रहे लोग after 2012, 15. Nobody would go and settle in Ambernath and do a big business. Like like only few people who can afford or celebrities could do something like that. So slowly, people are moving like earlier to stay above Borivali or even Borivali. It's a challenge in the western suburb. People always want to go to Kolaba, always want to go to Nariman Point and do business to stay there. So it's all commercial mindset. It's all about power. So sustainable high rise is only due to necessity and need, and then few architects, few developers, few designers, because of the climate issues and because of the necessity why the change of climate needs to be stopped, have realized that only environmental design will help. The way they did Burj Khalifa or the way in which they did all these high-rise building, as you lightly pointed out, say 30% extra Q किया है, 40% extra Q किया है. It is because of prestige, but then of course there is a break to it now. Slowly, people have realized we don't need so much of aesthetics. We need only functional and bare minimum. So different architects, I'll take you through some slides, maybe today or the next day, where things have moved for a greener architecture, for a better design as compared to those designs. But it's all evolving. Nothing is like कि बना दिया तो हो गया.
Okay, sir. Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
Yeah, anyone else? Like a last
Hello,
one.
sir.
Yeah, Ninad.
So I have a doubt, sir. It might sound a bit technical, but so you also mentioned this earlier in the presentation. Like in talking about the mid-rise buildings, they have their mechanical rooms or service rooms in the basement. But in high-rise and skyscrapers, why there's a whole floor dedicated to mechanical or services or technical aspects? Like I can understand the requirements of services and technicalities, it might differ in high rise and mid rise, but also there are tower having more than one or two mechanical floors. So why what's the need?
Yeah, good question, Ninad. Ninad, in the second half of this session, I will take you through that aspect.
Okay, sir.
It's a bit early for this question, but it's a good question that you have an eye towards that. So it's nice.
Yes, sir.
You will come to know.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, it's nice, very nice question. Anyone else? Like a very basic question for this session, and then we'll take a break for KP ma'am, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or you need a bigger break? Or how is it? 15 minutes is fine with everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We can join back by 10:45.
Yeah, 10:45. Yeah.
Okay, students, be back by 10:45.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you guys back? Kitty ma'am, let me know once you start.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll just start then. So this session is going to be technical session.
Yes, sir. Everyone will be joining. Please start.
Yeah. So very basic parameters of a high rise. So we need to start understanding before designing what are the parameters of design. So first is the structural, first and foremost, like everything is to do with structure in a high rise. So first and foremost, it's all about structural design. So what are the parameters in structural design you need to understand? So you must have studied a lot of definitions about gravity load, dead loads, live loads, etc. in TOS, and it has huge impact in high-rise building. So it's a very graphical presentation here where we talk like here we don't have snow loads, but we have a huge load of the wind loads or the rain water in monsoon. So as one of your friends said, on the ninth floor in the monsoon, it's very different as compared to in the normal season. So whenever there is a shower, basically the load will increase. The walls become wet. The whole area, the load will increase. Not as much as the snow load, but it has a significant impact. So we need to consider the monsoon loads. So that is considered in India right now as wind loads in monsoon. So first, very basic thumb rule is about gravity load. So this is the physical load diagram. So there's a dead load of walls, slabs, column, beams, permanent loads. Then there is a live load of humans. So what are the occupants, number of occupants, and then furnitures. So these are all live loads. Basically. Then there is something which is most important in a high rise is the lateral loads and the wind loads and the seismic loads. So these are the three movements. So wind directions are important. So when you do environmental design, you all must have studied a lot of wind roses. You must have studied the wind pressures, the wind speeds. Now, those are very basic. In a high rise, we have to convert those basic data, the climatic data, into numbers. What are the impacts of those winds on the facade, on the building envelope, and how it moves? So you can't stop. You can't if any tree will stop the wind, it will break, right? You must have seen that example studied since your childhood. You can't be firm. If you're firm and a lot of wind will come over you, you will break. So trees move and break if they don't move. So you can see design of a coconut tree or any big palm. It has that, it has a narrow trunk, this small trunk which is flexible. Any direction the wind comes, it will start moving. So it caters to those wind loads, the lateral loads, the wind loads, and the seismic loads. So seismic loads are because of the earthquakes, basically. So earth movements, there are a lot of pressure, wind, the pressures on the basements, how you do the footings. So those variations from the bottom will also start impacting the building movements on the top. So you must have seen a simple example. You erect a stick basically, and then you just do like a little bit of a tinkering on the base. The whole thing collapses. The sticks will collapse. So similarly, on a larger scale, the building will have a lot of problems. And our zone is seismic, so we come under seismic zones. Different location will have different seismic zones. So there's a chart. You need to understand the chart and consider the seismic loads, and then how the connection of the rebars happen due to seismic loads. The bending of the rebars in RCC happen due to seismic loads. The end connection details. So you have a joinery detail which needs to be looked at when we're considering the seismic loads to balance these loads, how the building movements happen. You can't just sway, otherwise everything will start falling in your home. Then there are special buildings which have certain impact loads. So if it's an industrial building or if it is a building where it will cater to different function as compared to residential or commercial, say it's a manufacturing unit or industrial unit, it will have different impacts. Then also there will be certain buildings which are designed for blast loads. So few buildings in America and all have been designed that even if there's a bomb blast or something, it will not, tumble down. So this is the very basic of any structural system. How do you see the structural design actually is impacting in the building? So here is a chart. So the red building is a concrete building. That's a RCC building. Burj Khalifa is a RCC building. The other towers, basically the ones in the greens, are partly steel and partly RCC, because RCC will consider a different stability. It is tensile and compression load. So it will perform very different. But then there were few buildings which were done in steel only. So it catered majorly to the steel, to the tensile loads and how the wind pressures act on these. So these are different heights achieved as a comparison case, and then different ways. So you can see these were cylinders. I showed you all the basic sketch. Cylinders sitting on each top of each other and then forming a composition. So Tech 101 is a different structure. Sangai. So this is again the twin tower concepts with a connecting bridge. So every structural system here govern the design of the building, and also the design of the building govern the structural design. So it is hand in hand. It cannot happen like architect says कि मैंने ये building बना दिया and this is what it is. Structural design, do whatever you want, you just make a building out of it. It doesn't work. You have to closely work with the structural engineers, right? And then move ahead and see whether you are actually going to work with the building form which you want or the building planning which you want. So to understand that in detail, so lateral load plays a significant impact. So this is the number of stories. So if you want to do up to 30-story building, it's a simple column and beam structure. So most of the buildings in Mumbai earlier was done up to certain heights, 30, 50 meters. Above which, this is number of floors. So up to 13 floors, we can have a very basic column and beam structures. Then once you go above 30 floors, you need a very detailed cross bracing to impact from the winds, the lateral loads. Then above which you will need these horizontal truss. Okay, sometimes we call it as outriggers also in detail. So these are the horizontal truss. So what there will be a vertical truss, there will be a horizontal truss, or it could be a very detailed tube in tube out structure. So this is a detailed structure. Then sometimes even if you want to do a very intricate, so when the wind loads are very high and you want to do a slender building, or you want to do a building with a little design form in it, then you will have to add again those cross bracings. But now this cross bracing was floor to floor. This could go up to 7 floors to 7 floors. So certain buildings which you see in the global scenario, which are like 80 flory, 90 flory, will happen in this manner. And then this is the highest where you actually have a combo of this. So this and this, there's a difference. So there's a truss with the interior columns, and this a truss without the interior columns. So here, if you want a floor space in an office building which is columnless, so then the bracing will be very different. So these are the kinds of, like, there are many more, but on a thumb rule basis, we're talking of shear walls, we're talking of shear frames, we're talking of outrigger to achieve floor heights. So when I told you, no, I did a 280 building, a 280 meters ka building will fall up in this category. Now beyond which, if I do, my whole structural system of the design will change. So I can't do simple. अगर मेरे को 60 story building बनाना है या 70 बनाना है, I have to go for this kind of a structural system. I can't work with these. The building will fail. And this has to be learned from a structural engineer. Architectural course will just introduce you to these terms. Detailed understanding of lateral loads will have to be dealt with the structural engineer. He will tell you this will work or this will work, or a combo of this and this will work. Certain buildings, they have done this up to certain flory, then they have combined with this. So all kinds of permutation combination are possible. But architect has to sit with a structural engineer, do a lot of workshops, meetings, and then come up with a solution. So these are the examples of direct structural design in the building. Means here, more than architect, the design has been governed with a structural engineer. The idea of erecting a high-rise building through steel, through RCC, you can clearly see the structure. So this is the cross bracing. This is the cross bracing. This is a very special building. It's called suspended system. The HSBC bank, basically. So here the load is actually transferred up, and from the core it is transferred down. It is like a hanger system. Then World Trade is like a tube with a core. So it has this tube structures, basically, the bundled tube structures. So Shears Towers is there, Petronas is there. So tube in, tube out. So these are the terms which you need to know. You need to understand what height you are achieving, so number of floors, and then how you will use that to create an aesthetic in the building and how you will develop. So this is the most typical building in Bombay, which is up to 50 flories, 60 flories, what we are generally designing now. So let's come to reality, because we're not going to design something in America straight away. We're going to design in Bombay with the Bombay regulations. And of course, this Bombay regulations will slowly extend towards the extended Bombay. So here we need a rigid frame construction. RCC is generally used here. Very less of steel is used. So steel is used only when needed and it is encased because of fire regulation. We can't have exposed steel building. It's it's impossible in Bombay to have an exposed steel building because we don't have that kind of a firefighting system. So we'll have a steel structure which is encased in a concrete. Have you seen that? Like I section encased in the concrete. You must have seen that earlier in your previous years. So here we are going to do that. Then we will have shear walls. So we'll have a central core. Sometimes if the wind pressures are more, then we also have the corner as shear walls or vertical as shear walls. So we use these as in lift shafts basically. The lift walls are always shear walls. Then we also will have a base isolator for the earthquake and other movements. So few buildings in Mumbai, you will see they have these. I'll show you some images. Then few buildings will have these cross bracings. Now, why you need cross bracings is a structural definition. You can't, if a structural requirement is there, you can't come and say I won't be able to provide this because my building aesthetic will not work. Then you have to change the design completely right from scratch. Understood? Now if a structural engineer is asking you he wants a shear wall here, then you have to develop this room space accordingly, the interior, the planning. You can see this. So there the structural guy will superpower architectural design, but architect with his design ideas, with his design sense will try to collaborate and try to merge the structural requirements into a design and create a efficient or a better idea or a better planning as compared to just saying, no, I can't have a shear wall here, no, I can't have this, I can't have that. Then you will never be able to create a high-rise building. So this is very important. I hope everybody paid attention and everybody understood. So you will find Bombay buildings which such examples. Now, once you go above 50 flories or up to 50 flories also above 40, 45 plus or say 30 plus sometimes in near the coastal roads where the wind loads are high, then we introduce outriggers, outrigger column and outrigger beams. So what we do, 2 to 3 floor building, the columns, the edge columns, the loads have to be transferred to the core. So this is the central core, the lift core and the staircase core. And this is the check. So this structural engineer will tell at every, say every 20 flory or every 25 flory, you will need one cross bracing to support your building because your wind pressure is high. So if you do this, you can do this simple exercise using stick and check. So there are tools to check all this. There are like how you all use AutoCAD and SketchUp. So structural engineer have E-Stabs. They have other softwares to use this. Earlier they used to do it in salt pans. They used to do with wind tunnel testing. So we need to test all this, and it is tested at 100 times accuracy as compared to very basic understanding. So what we are learning is very basic understanding, but when the engineers do, they get into the detail. So they cross check it at a very minuscule level whether the wind loads are going to have. So we call it deflection. So whether the deflection is going to get stable or not. So anything, any impact. So if you see my camera right now, if I'm going to punch here, this resistance, half a degree, 1 degree, sometimes even 0.5 degree is very important. So that 0.5 degree movement of a building at a high rise, how you stop that deflection. Do this and see how you going to stop that. So someone will say, I'll have more power, but that will not work. It will crash. But if you have a lot of supports in between like this, then it will not crash. So Bombay, this is very common. You will find good examples, case studies. Do visit them if you all are interested further to understand this. If you go into practices, in your practices, these are the common words you need to know, that you need to sit with your uh, team and understand what the designs is and how do you tackle this. So I'll show you some live examples of how we generally use this kind of a construction techniques in Mumbai. Now this is particularly in Mumbai and our Maharashtra zone because of the soil conditions, because of the earthquake condition here. We use the pile and the raft, the combo of pile and raft basically. So this is a very important aspect you need to understand. So this is a raft. I hope everybody have studied that in your course. Then it has a pile cap. Then it has a piled raft. So it has a raft and then it has a piles in it. So this is very important. Everybody should know this. Details is needed, but your detailing will differ from structural engineers detailing. So you need to understand both, and if you all can make a better solution with less of steel, that is environmental design. That is more sustainable design. How efficiently can you work with the engineers? So sometimes you will have 4 columns on the superstructure, but in the basement you will need 25 columns. 4 will get divided into 25 to make efficient steel and to use more of a stable structure. You have to do that. So all those solutions can be generated by an architect, because whatever you draw, like you draw 5 columns, structural engineer will work only on 5 columns. If you draw 25 columns, he will work on 25 columns, because if he starts adding columns, you will reject them. So you are the designer, you are the coordinator, you are the person who are going to define the number of columns needed. The more number of columns, the more symmetrical or the stable structure you do, the easier it becomes. And then you get into efficiency. Why you need so many columns? If you propose say 25 columns, ask your engineer, can you make say 15 columns? Can you reduce the steel? Or can you do certain kind of design, certain shear walls, certain things? So that is how you will start making a efficient building design. Most of the time, till date, I've seen only few practices who question what a structural engineer does. And very few practices actually even understand the detailing of structural reinforcement and the tie. Even a simple tie detail developed by an architect and a structural engineer hand in hand can save at least 10 to 15 metric tons of steel in the entire project. And it's a big save. I'm talking of a large project. So even the tie detail will help. So you need to get into that level of discussions with the engineers. Keep asking them questions. If you can't ask questions, you will go with the thumb rule design, and the thumb rule design is always over designed and a lot of materials have been used and it's not an efficient design. So this is how the shore piling happens. So you can see it's like a wall. Otherwise, all the soil will come into the plot which we want to develop. So this is a buildable zone. This is a setback zone. Plot boundary, setback zone, shore piling, and then you do the rafts. This is a piling in the rafts in practice. Now this is very common in Bombay. Very common. This is how the marshy soil is. So earlier it was, like only few developers had these kind of machines and technologies to do piling. Now everybody has. So you need to learn this. You need to go on site, ask your structural engineer or site engineer to understand what it is, how it works. what is what is the soil conditions, then how they tackle, because sometimes while doing this also there are a lot of accidents, a lot of other things. Sometimes, for example, you are in this photograph, there's hardly any space to move around. So imagine if somebody has to go and work and everything is like covered, then where do you have the house for the construction workers? So the planning has to be done by an architect. That is why all this study is important. So theoretical knowledge is one, practical knowledge is second. So practical knowledge you will only get in the field work. Make sure you'll go for field works in your practice when you do internship. Then only you will come to know there is like only half of the plot which is outside is always there filled with the materials. Half is filled with all the workers' homes and all these things. Only few things are here and there you'll get even space to walk. Now this is what detailing one needs to do in Mumbai. Lot of developers escape by not doing this dances. It is very essential. Please make sure that you understand these from a structural engineer and then try to introduce this. Developers cut corners in the basement detailing. But effectively, when you do a very high building, this is essential and develop this. So these are dampers. So there are different kind of dampers with cross bracings. So structural idea is same. The logic is same. So this is at least 1 story high damper. So when it is a very high seismic zone, you will need this. So and it also helps in wind loads, but primarily it's to do with the earthquake. So in your NPC or in your site report, you will get a detailed figure for which you need the structural engineer needs to design. So now these dampers have to look aesthetically correct. It has to see that all the services are working correctly. It needs to see that things like for example, if you do this kind, a car can never get crossed through this. How do you do this detailing? So micro detailing you need to see when you're designing a building in detail later on. But for basic design, you need to understand like this system has to be inserted in your designs. Now this is to enhance the speed of the construction and also increase the efficiency of construction, because high-rise building you can't have more of labor errors. Of course, there will be labor errors in any project. Even the project which you do individually also you will have a lot of errors in it. So to reduce the human errors and to reduce the and to increase the efficiency of construction, we have started using now something which is called as the aluminium formwork. I hope you all have seen some of these buildings while you all travel around or in the photographs which have been shared. And then these are also in the core, what we call these are called jump formwork. So what happens, it's a German idea. So you don't, use this shuttering and you throw it. Then it's a waste. Then how do you keep using the same shuttering and keep jumping from one floor to other floor to other floor to other floor? So there is very less material wastage as well as there is more accuracy. So there are only few companies which are available in Mumbai. Otherwise, worldwide there are many. So we use these jump formwork. So detailing of a jump formwork is very important. So Perry is a company, PERI, where it's commonly used in Bombay, and there are many more. And then this is My One Construction. So My One Construction is also important, especially in reducing the costing. So one of your friend had asked me, how do you reduce the costing? So when you do a typical design and you use the same formwork and you use the same formula and you do the same repetitive work, the costing will reduce. Of course, My One initially was very expensive. Now a lot of Indian companies also are helping to make a My One design. and it's commonly used. It's no more a thing like I saw a Ferrari on street. I mean, it's there. It's like mocks everywhere in Bombay. एक जमाना था where people saw only one mock and अरे this guy is like Ambani is traveling in mock, but now every common person can afford a mock above certain level of finance. So even every developer here, if he uses my one, if he understands my one, and you as an architect you design a building with my one, you will have more efficiency in terms of error, in terms of cost cutting, as well as in terms of reusing the form works. It's less labor intensive. So this is one of the building which I designed. So I'll just take you through all the terms. So these are like detailed photos of each thing. This is a complete overview. So we did a pile and a raft combo basically. So this is a shore piling. This is only 2 meters away from the plot boundary. So this shore piling, then there's a retaining wall. Between the shore piling and the retaining wall, we had a patch for sewage line, storm water line, sewage line, or pits. And then we also have extended basement areas. So this is the tower area and this is the podium area, or in the basement we call it as an extended basement area. So this is my tower and this is a non-tower area. So non-tower area is used for parking and for other services. And then we do this piling for the columns. So this is a photo taken for a 42-story building. So this is the height of a human for the scale, and this is the height of the pile cap, almost same. And this is the height of 1.5 the human height, or in fact, it is, as far as I remember, it was 3.6 meters deep raft for the core. So see the scale of what we are talking. So 3.5 meter deep pile for the core walls, and 2.5 meters something for the normal column. And this is a column free space, like a 9 meter column free space. It's a flat slab. You can see this caps. So there's no beam here. And then there's a flat slab. It's a 200 deep slab, 220 deep slab. These are shear walls. And this is the jump formwork, what I just showed you all. So are you understanding the practicality, how the things which we discussed here, combined in the project? So this is a shear wall, a core wall. It's all concrete. So this is the shear wall which we were discussing. These are the shear walls. In practice, this is the shear wall. Inside there is a staircase. So this is the staircase door, staircase windows, which has to be pre-planned. Now coming to, so I've explained to you all what are the structural impacts and then what are the structural definitions of each and every item which is there as a structural design coordination which you need to do with the structural design. It depends on the heights, it depends on number of floors, the type of use, the loads, the wind loads, the structural impacts on the design. So what are the slenderness ratio is one aspect which I have not showed it in my presentation, but if your building is too slender, you have a very different impact. But the most important idea about all this is not only structural design, but it's all about designing. So when you do a shear wall or a core around, so where do you place it? Whether you place it in the center or you place it in the corner, or you have a two-sided end-to-end core. Now this is the only way where the load can get transferred. The very high loads of wind and lateral pressures, they get transferred to the core. So depend on your design and depends on the structural idea. You can have multiple options of designing the core. A lot of buildings have been designed with a two-sided core. Now this building is a two-sided core. So there's a core here on this side, and on the other side also there's a core. So core and core, two-sided. And then certain buildings were central core, and this is called off-centered core. So you need to understand where to place the core. That is the first thing. Second thing is, what are the impacts of designing the core? Okay, so you can't just say ki I did a core and now the building can go 50 floors and it's fine. What are the impacts in planning? So when you have a central core, you can divide the space all around. So all around becomes a usable space. So you can have a double tenement or a single tenement or a multiple tenement in a residential building or in an office building or in a hotel building. We are talking of these categories only right now. We are not talking of industrial building right now. It's a different building. Okay. But if you do say a 10 meter by 10 meter, then you will get a 7 meter span here or something like that. So this thumb rules, we need to sit with the engineer and detail. Now, if you have a split core, you can have a big space, a large office, deep office footprint, which can be subdivided. So office A and office B, or you have a corridor inside, and then you have multiple tenements. In a one-sided, it is the same thing. Now, if you have a split core or an atrium inside, why an atrium is needed? So in such a deep offices, you will never get a natural light inside or a natural ventilation inside. So what we do is we do a central atrium. So we do a combo of this and introduce a atrium. So here it becomes more healthier building. Atrium buildings are more healthier buildings as compared to such deep buildings with end core or split core. Here, because it is a non-usable space core, like you're not going to stay there for a long time. Only it's a transit. So this is still okay. But having something like this in a deep building, you will be completely dependent on mechanical ventilation and light. You can never have natural light coming here. That is why the atriums are introduced. A lot of buildings in Mumbai have that with atriums. And it's really good in offices. Residential, I have not seen very less building have atrium. There was one Palais Royal which is never finalized yet. Now, let us get into the detailing of what is a typical core design. So typical core design, basically, it will generally have, in a high rise, we have two staircases as per the bylaws. So we'll have one servant's room and one one fire shaft, basically. Now, fire regulations keep changing area-wise. Sometimes the fire shaft is allowed here, sometimes the fire shaft has to come into the lobby. So you need to understand that as per the regulations. And then there's a fire chute. So you need to understand that. So when you're escaping, you need to have that. Then you have to have signages. So this is a typical core. So you have a structurally you have a shear wall here, a shear wall here. So everything is shear wall. The thick walls. And then you encase a staircase, you encase a lift, you encase a lift lobby, which is having natural light and ventilation. It's very important in Mumbai regulations. Then you will have some garbage chutes, you'll have fire chutes, you'll have wet risers. So all these have been there. Now, certain times for aesthetics, people treat this wall. So you can have a glass lift here. So you can have a slit here and introduce glass. So in the shear wall, you can, everything need not be a concrete only. It can have windows in it. It can have little punctures. So this is a puncture for the door. You can have windows. You can have slits. So this is a slit in the concrete wall. So it's a so beam to beam there will be a RCC, but in between you can have a window puncture. And because of this, you can have a stable high-rise building with 4 apartments here. I hope you all have understood this. It's a very basic thing you need to know as an architect before you graduate. You need to have all these services like a court or a atrium. Now you don't have a big court or a atrium here, but on the ground lobby you will have one atrium or a court. On the lift lobby, which is fire protected, so all the doors will be sealed and it will have a window, staircases. It will have a servant toilet. Now, servant toilet is only because you get free of FSI, and second thing is to operate any luxury building or building above certain level, though people don't like to use their servants using their own bathrooms. So they have a separate washroom, and also it is generally used by people who are maintaining this building. So there is in-house staff as well as outside staff also. So it's needed. Third thing which is needed is, of course, the garbage chutes. Earlier it was mandatory, now it is not mandatory, but it's efficient to have a garbage chute because it's easy, but certain developers don't agree to it. So there is a plus and minus on that. Then we'll have fire elevator. Now, fire elevator is an elevator which is used by firemen in terms of fire. So they know that this is a fire elevator and then they can use it. Comes with a different definition. But passengers generally don't use fire elevators. Elevators will not be used in case of fire. Then there will be service shafts. So one is for electrical, another is for firefighting, for wet risers, for hose reels. Then we'll have escalators or the capsule lifts. Now, dumb waiters are actually not used commonly in India, but abroad, basically, when it's like a goods lift. So you when you order, say for example, from Swiggy or something, a person comes and you delivers to your home. Abroad, they don't allow person to come, so you just have to use a dumb waiter. Or in restaurants or in hotels, we just use a dumb waiter. So something is put it in a tray and then or a box, and then that box reaches without humans directly into the floor or floor at which you can come and collect. So these are the common ways. So that also increase the efficiency because if why will I need for a Swiggy person? Why will I need such a big lift to travel? So dumb waiters also are efficiently used now. I know only one building in Mumbai which has a dumb waiter lift. Otherwise, it's not commonly used, but it's very efficient to have that. Now, this is another detailed core in an office building. In an office building, the most important is the passenger lift because there will be a peak hour and there will be a non-peak hour in an office. So in the peak hour, there will be in an office, say 50 employees in one office, and there are 4 such offices on a floor. So that is 200 people, and then 200 into 50 floors. So many people come between 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock to office. So number of elevators are designed in detail with figures which are governed by vertical circulation consultant. You'll have a consultant in a high rise. You can't physically you can do, but then if you have a consultant, it will be more efficiently designed. Then of course your owner will not have one waiting period where all the people will go. So he will have a dedicated lift stops. Only owners will go there. Will reach quickly. Then there will be n number of staircases at 45 meters between the two door to door and between the door of the office escape. So this is the fire escape route. It's very important because so many people in case of fire need to evacuate the building very quickly. and the most space-taking area is the toilets. So definition of toilets in our DCR is very high, and it's very important that we live in tropical region, so you need to use the toilets and the urinals quite frequently, and it has to be designed as per the regulations. So this is office building detail. Then when we were talking about the services, there was a question from a friend. So in an office building, so this was in a residential building, we never had shafts for AHU. We never had big electrical panel rooms and all. But in an office, because the power consumption is high, air conditioning use is high, we will need this AHU in the core. Otherwise, what will happen? Everybody will start putting the split ACs all around the facade, which anybody will not like. Non-architect will like that. Typically, Bombay buildings were converted. Everybody now has air conditioning unit, the outdoor units placed on the chajjas outside, and it kills the beauty of the building. In a high-rise building, if you have AHU rooms inside and it is connected through vertical panels to the central air conditioning unit, it is more efficient. It is a cleaner design, and also because it is used as a centralized system, it is more efficient than a individual. But of course, depends on the occupancy. So if you do a centralized building and it is half occupied, then it is not efficient. But a fully occupied building will be more efficient when it's a centralized system. So in hotels, especially, they do that. And most of the office buildings dedicated for commercial purposes have AHU, have centralized air conditioning units. And if you sit with a MEP engineer, they will further make it more efficient. So even the electrical panels will be more efficiently designed. So there are a lot of detailed design which needs to be discussed. One day we will not be able to do so much, but there's a dedicated room and the spaces for electrical and services which you need. 50% you will see is services. So even there's a plumbing shaft. So many toilets will need so many pipes, inlet, outlet, both. And everything cannot go directly from 50th story to the basement. That is where the mechanical floors have been introduced. I will talk about that in detail. So coming back to vertical circulation, when you do very tall building, you need to do calculation. You need to do a vertical circulation calculation. So there will be zones created. So you see this different color codes. So very high rise, like this is out of Bombay now. In Bombay also we have, but we have only 2 to 3 zones now. Now abroad they have like 10, 1, 2, 3, 7 zones in this example. So all are color coded. So this is the office zone, this is the hotel. It's a multi-mixed use. And there's a cultural. So what happens if people are coming, say for a hotel, they will not use these lifts. They will use only this color code lift. So this is a lift bank. So 4 lift bank will be dedicated for certain things. This will be dedicated. So this needs to be efficiently planned. The more complicated the building, the more complex the design has to work. Now, how do you start doing architectural triggers? So this is a very common example. Now, when you start doing architectural, so this is a DCS system. So in the DCS system, what they have done is they actually have 4 lifts in a row, but as soon as you press a key and you say I want to go to the 5th floor, what they will do is they will start dedicating from outside that on the 4th floor this lift will go, on the 5th floor this lift will go, on the 3rd floor again this lift will go. So it's called destination control. So you know the destination, and then people will actually start going to the same lift. Otherwise, what was happening is people were scattering all around, like on each and every floor, each lift was waiting. Now, efficient design, they have dedicated the destination to each and every user to different floors. So, for example, two people came, they want to go to the same floor, two people will go to the yellow lift, and it it's automatically dedicated to them. Now, this is very commonly used in Bombay. It's not very expensive and it needs to be designed in Mumbai. So it's creating a discipline and it saves energy because energy consumption in the lift for a high rise is another issue where the lifts actually, if they don't function correctly and they get spoiled, it will create a chaos and it will create something like, an emergency situation. So to avoid that, we need to do this. In Mumbai, we don't have double-decker lift, but earlier these double-decker lifts were sustainable because they did odd even floors. Further advancements are there. So there were architects who designed buildings with large voids. So Benish is an architect who did certain buildings like this. So then he came up that lift should not only go vertical, it should also go horizontal. So it can travel. So this is not yet, it's a very conceptual idea of a lift design. But if only architects can suggest such development and particular idea can help to create a different building design form. So then instead of having a vertical high rise, you can have high rise with a core. So now I'm taking you all to a different tangent of a high rise design here. So just by changing the idea how a lift shafts are designed, your actually building design or the core design will change the complete concept of a building, high rise building. Understand that. So if everybody till now was like a lift vertical shaft mein jata hai, so everybody did a vertical core. Here the core has been split into horizontal. So if your outrigger beam was supposed to come here, तो outrigger के बीच में से भी वो lift जा सकता है. So these developments happen in engineering and it happens only because of architectural requirements. So the more designer or the more free your thoughts are, the more designer solutions could come up to support your design. Now coming to the efficiency for MEP design. So these are some solutions. So earlier we had such units placed on the chajjas. Now we try to place it on the terraces. Now people want to enjoy terrace also. Rooftop amenities is most important. So they start using a different unit called a heat recovery unit in which the heat is transferred, cooled and again used. Heat is transferred, cooled. So there's a room dedicated on the top, like how you have your water tanks for central air conditioning. And it's most efficient and it's very powerful. It's expensive because a lot of people have not used and explored this technology. I would suggest few students to study this and try to imbibe this heat recovery system. Only few buildings in BKC have this heat recovery system. This is all centrally air conditioned system. Now it's very basic. So earlier indoor unit were dedicated to each room and then each room had the outdoor unit. Now in a VRV, it is all connected like your mobile network. Earlier, one person had only one this thing, one MTNL phone. Now each family member has a phone and everybody are interconnected. So it's a very efficient manner in which you do this. Of course, energy consumption is based on the utilization. So even if you have energy, saver units, but if you start consuming energy, you have to pay for it, and you have to not only pay for it from your finance but also spoiling the environment. As architect, we can only govern the designing, but if you are a real designer and you really want your users to use this same technique the way you planned or you designed, then you have to go back, do post occupancy evaluations. It's called P. Yeah. So basically, if you do post occupancy evaluations and you tell the users how to use your building the way you plan to design to achieve the efficiency, that is called environmental design or sustenance. It's not that I design something and I leave it, and now any person who is not knowing, he will turn on the AC even midnight and go, I forgot to switch off the AC. That doesn't work. Because everybody knows this is the most power consuming element in a building, and if you start stacking ACs on top of each other, it's just going to be a chaos. You can see the chaos which is there on the terraces. We need to reduce that. So all this can be reduced once you have a heat recovery system or chilled water system. Now coming to another part of services called electrical DG rooms and the panel rooms. So electricity in terms of failure of any building, when power failure is there, power cuts are there, no? You must be commonly experiencing in the areas where your colleges and all are. So then there you will have to produce your own energy, but not for the complete occupancy or not for the comfort of each and everything. Energy efficiency here is only for the essential. Energy utilization for DGU is only for essential electrical loads. For example, passage lights, few lights in each room, one light maybe in each room. So there's a separate power grid which works on DGU systems, and then there is an electrical panel board which converts all types of energies into electricity and high tension to low tension to AC to DC. So this is a detailed planning you'll need to understand with the MEP person. What are the spaces which needs to be left? What is the ventilation which needs to be there in a panel room for cooling, because heat is produced from this. And this is the water table calculations. Can someone explain me this side? Anyone? Anyone who topped the services in exams? You all don't like this subject. Even I never liked it when I was a student. Come on. It's a very grey subject. Can anyone explain me this water balance? It's all written. One needs to just read. Can you write? Can you read assumptions at least, someone? Quick, yeah, a lot of things have to be done. So, anyways, if you all don't want to get into this, the basic idea is you all need to refer this NBC code. It's an old NBC 2005. Page number this. So they will mention in detail what are the occupants load and then what is the water requirement. So generally for a building, it's 135 liters per day. And for drivers and commercial use and all, it's less of. And then based on that, the entire water chart has to be prepared. So number of flats, in each flat, what is the average population, and from the population you need to understand and see how much total water is going to get used. So 45 liters, how much, and cold water, hot water supply. Generally in a high rise nowadays, like earlier also in any good building, hot water and cold water both supplies were there. So You need to divide that and then create the gross water table. So 262 is the gross water table. But will the government give you that much water? No. If every development is dependent on the government to give you that much water, then the government will have to make lakes after lakes after lakes. And is it possible? No. That is why the balance is important. Now, how we are going to make the water? Can anybody produce water?
No, we can use it.
Hmm?
We can save it or regenerate it.
Yeah, but save what? Water will just evaporate, yeah, or go into the storm water, na?
Yeah,
So how do you do it?
rainwater harvesting and many other methods.
Yes. So the government, if you do any self-development at this high-rise buildings, it is mandatory to recycle the water as well as to make the water. So government will give you only certain amount of water. Otherwise, you need to generate your own water through rainwater systems, through landscape, through catchment areas, create pockets and utilize that water for drinking. Can you utilize the water which you generate for drinking? Yeah. Anybody knows there is a something called grey water system?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So grey water, what do? You drink or you
No,
use
we
for
use
what?
it for flushing and other purposes, but not
Correct.
for drinking.
Correct. So this water chart in detail is only for that. So you can see this flushing, domestic, hot water. Now domestic purpose water is only so much. Understood? So what percentage is that of the gross requirement? So you need to conserve this water. So when we are talking of an energy efficient building, when we talk about, and this is possible only in a detailed design, which is having a complete concern of environment design. We call it sometimes it's never net zero, but it is energy efficient building. Only few buildings are net zero consumption. So water needs to be recycled completely. Now there is one more chart here. This is the waste chart. When you actually put the water into the sewer, now you need to recycle this as well using STPs. You should know the term STP. So this is a important chart. Every engineer needs to sit and make a chart which is thumb rule, but every architect needs to study this chart in detail and make it efficient. You can't accept what a thumb rule works. You have to design systems, you have to design water pressures so that the pressure at which the water is being utilized is reduced. Okay. How many of you go to the basin and पूरा बेसिन का पानी का नल ओपन कर देते हो? I think everybody. But if you are environment friendly, what you will do is बेसिन के नीचे एक और एक टैप रहता है, उसको हाफ कर दो. Here 50% less water goes into the sewer. So we need to detail this design and make it efficient so that it becomes net zero. Ideal world, only few buildings will make net zero. Otherwise, most of the buildings are energy efficient, and high-rise have to be energy efficient buildings. That was for water. Same thing for, again, this is another for commercial building. So commercial में 45 liters था, residential में 135 liters per day. So the same chart. It's a very important chart. Please don't ignore this. As a student, you may not like it. I completely agree with you. But if you don't make a energy, if you want to make a sustainable building or you want to make an energy efficient building, you will have to learn this subject in detail. Otherwise, you will never be able to make an energy efficient building in your life. This is how you design it. Now, because of time issues as well as it's a dry subject, y'all are not responding much. I will not take you into the detail. It's a very thumb rule basis. You do water catchment, you recycle. It's a completely so all the mechanical floors. So yeah, here I can introduce you to the mechanical floors. So if you take this water tank, say if it is 1,000 people's water tank, so 1,000 into 135 liters, so 135,000 square liters of water is needed. Now itna pani to aayega nahi. So then you do a division in a high rise. So you do 10 floors and then 10 floors and you divide. That is where those mechanical floors come. So there was a technical question from your friend. What happens is key if the occupants increase, the water needed or the consumption is needed will also increase. So you can't have a huge overhead tank on the top and everything is done. You need to have small tanks on every mechanical floor. So they divide into say 10 to 15 floors per bank and then they are connected. So this is your supply and this is your drain. Supply का recycling होता है and then water connection, filtration, solar water heating for hot waters and then grey water is for drainage. And then you again convert some of the grey water and use it for other appliances like washing and sometimes even for gardening. This is for the solid waste generation. Every high rise will have a complete garbage distribution and garbage separation system. So what is biodegradable, which is non-degradable, and what is going to the STP. And then what you do is you treat them into different compartments and then try to optimize this. If you give the same sludge which is produced to the city will only be made of soil pipes and stormwater pipes. It will never have efficiency. So what you do is you try to create a STP and a organic disposer. You use those organic manure into gardening and you recycle them. So this is the chart for the same thing. So you need to know the maths and then you need to know the system. So this is a big STP. 125 KLD is a huge STP. For small township for 500 flats, you will need this kind of STP. And then this will recycle everything and then give you a grey water, which can be used for flushing and gardening. This is a exposed, so on ground STP. It stinks. So only in open area, very few city buildings will have this. If you go in the suburbs, you will still have this kind. But in city, it's impossible. So in city, what we do is we have an encased underground water tank, this STP. The details for which are here, same 125 KLD and 125, and it is little compact. It's like your water tank, so it will have a manhole, side entry manholes. It will have a different tanks. So here you see different tanks are there for different function. Same thing in concrete, you encase them. This is even cheaper to build. You have your slopes here. Sludge and all can get collected, manures can get collected and used. So very simple diagram. Every project should have this detail in your presentation, in your AD. So here what we are talking right now is all of services. So here we converted I'll just quickly run through this. So earlier we talked about structure, structural implication, and then there's a core design. So this is a residential core and a commercial core. We talked about vertical circulation, how the lifts are to be designed. They need to bank. So they need to be close to each other. Like here, you see this is a lift bank of four and one separate lift. Here you see lift bank of four, one, two, three, four. So four different zones. And then this is the advanced technology which can be used. Advanced technology. This is optimizing the HVAC, uh, optimizing electrical, optimizing water supply and drain in residential commercial. Then this is a chart for water balance and the diagram how you can do. This is solid waste management. Now the most important aspect is where we all have failed. Even the best qualified architect have failed is to design a good building for firefighting and fire resistance. And very sad that our regulations are there, but it's so lenient. Still, we can't follow it. Abroad, when we do a fire resistant building, it is actually in detailed and very tough to get a fire approval or a nod NOC from fire officer. Here, even we just have a very simple system, but still people don't even apply that. Sometimes we have water tanks and water tanks don't have water in it, and people are saying it's a fire tank. So how can things not work? As an architect or even as a human, forget architecture, it's compulsory for y'all, at least wherever y'all stay, to see that the firefighting systems work efficiently and for on the basis of which it has been designed for. So do you have refuge floors? Every 7, 14, 21, 28 floor will be a refuge floor. So what are the road widths? Can a fire tender work? If not, call a fire engine team and then ask them to do a drill and see whether it's going to work or not and how to change or modify as per the needs, because you never know if in an emergency case at the end, if you wait, the firemen will come and say no, we can't do anything, and that's it. Check whether you have wet rises, they are having water in it, they are having correct water pressure in it. Call up the team and ask whether they have a proper yard or a store of water, because maybe your developer must have just made a small water tank and it has a pressure in it and it's working. But when you actually want to fight fire for 3 days or 2 days, itna pani hai nahi hai, and how do you connect it to a yard? Every fire engine department has a drawing of a yard hydrant system connected. So where it is. In Bombay, you must have seen a lot of photos taken by photographers. The hose yard is below the footpath. So you need to see, you need to be aware, and you need to regenerate those connections. Then, of course, the sprinkler system is important inside the apartment. Then inside the building, there has to be proper storage tanks, plumbing systems. Then further to which there has to be advanced fire detection and alarm system. This is going to save lives. Firefighting is secondary. Idea is to put an alarm that there's a fire, and then people should not be ignorant. It's a false alarm and not do it. So idea is to have an analog system, a speaker system. Every flat in a high rise has a public speaker connected to a room. It's called IBMS room. If a person from an IBMS room will shout there's a fire, everybody has to vacate. So it's very important to have that analog addressable fire detection and alarm system. It has to have portable fire extinguishers. If not, purchase one. It's available in the market. Don't look at the cost. You need to have one and regularly check whether it has the not reached the expiry or whether it is not faulty. Sometimes even if it is not reached the expiry, if it is the faulty one, you might have a problem. And then there are signages which everybody should design. It's already designed, taken care, but make sure as an architect, as a designer, as a human, it's there. So this is a checklist, but this is the most important thing you need to look at. This is a detail. No one will give you this detail. Only few architects have this. So I'm sharing it with you all so that you need to understand. So these are the booster pumps. So in a normal building, you don't need this kind of a booster pump, but in a very high rise building, you need this booster pump. Otherwise, your water will not even reach 10th floor. If you want your water to move to the 40th or 50th floor and come with the pressure to fight the fire, you need such kind of a booster pumps. So mostly architects and the builder, they say in the basement, I don't have space, so let us not install this. They don't realize that in case of a fire, they need this system so that through the pressure of the water, the fire can get stopped. It is necessity and it's not a dry subject anymore. It's your lifeline to have such firefighting systems in a taller building. For a shorter building, you'll have smaller pumps, but booster pumps are needed. So these are manually on or on automated. So that depends on how efficiently and how much money you're spending. But be aware and get it installed if not yet installed. Now, the recent changes in the fire department, they are having this excavation system from outside or from the lobby. Earlier, like 3 years ago or 4 years ago, they had this system where they did fire shoots. Now it's absolute, but certain outside Bombay, certain areas, they still ask for fire shoots. In Bombay, it's gone. They need a elevator, a proper elevator inside the fire shoot. This is technical again, but very interesting. So this is on facade engineering. The MAPF was over. We're coming to the last chapter of facade designing. And in the last chapter, it's important. So any building which you design, it depends on the shape, the wind loads basically can change. So if you have say 4 is a figure, like 2.5, impact of a 2.5 wind load is like impact of a hurricane struck. Okay. So 4 and 5 are the common wind loads in Bombay right now. So impact of 4 and 5 needs to be done. So when you are doing a building analysis, wind load pressures and its impacts are important. So you need to cut corners. You need to have efficiency of either you make your corners like curved, you have a circle, or you have certain punctures in which porosity in which the wind actually funnels in. So this is a porous building. You can see it's funneling. Or you have varied shapes. So at the different shapes, the wind pressure changes. Now there are a lot of softwares available for a quick check on the design you want for the conceptual designing. That is where the essential softwares like Revit or Rhino comes into picture. If you all are interested or not, but if you want to design an efficient high-rise building, you need to learn Revit, you need to learn Rhino or such BIM tools. I'm not propaganding only one software, any software which does the simulations for knowing which is a better design. So you're not designing a square matchbox anymore. If you do efficient design, these are called shapes which you need to experiment and see whether it is working or not. And if you want to make it working, then how do you do? So it's an example here. It's a two trapezium Now, if you want to cut corners, then how is the wind loads going to work, and then what are the cross ventilation motions? So this is near the beach. I'm sure it will have more than a 5 kPa loads, right? So 2.5 kPa, you're getting a hurricane effect. So you all must have experienced in the lockdown. We had two hurricane, not hurricane, but we had two uh, normal wind pressured, above normal wind pressured winds coming, and a lot of things happened in Alibag and such areas. Now imagine 2.5 kPa load is going to like go for a toss. So how do you do that? These are the solutions. It cannot be done manually. Gone other days. So you need to learn softwares and design. In the software, you can actually detail this. You can have a natural ventilation strategy, and you can have simulations for daylight. I don't know if you all have been introduced to Ecotech or other softwares in EVS, it's advanced environmental designing. Then you can have false floors. So all your services come from flooring and not from ceiling. So from the ceiling, only ventilation and light can work. It's a very different way of designing. You can see here. So you can see how the light is reaching into the cabins. So there is zero provision of lights, LED lights or tube lights. So if you want to do energy efficient building and design and you want to proclaim yourself that you are using net zero, then you need to utilize these strategies for passive designs and advanced passive designs. Without softwares, only basic building can be done. Ground plus two, ground plus three. But high rise, you need this because high rise every 5 floors, 6 floors, the dynamics change and dynamics needs to be calculated at every point. That is where the word simulation comes into picture. So if I do this detail, it may work for ground and 4 floors. But if I go for a 50th floor with the same detail, it will collapse, it will fail. That is where you need to change the detail on every few floors, 10 floors, 5 floors, 15 floors. Depends on the situation. So that a facade engineer or a facade detailer would start doing. It will need a lot of supports. It's called encasement. So there will be a structural encasement only for facades. You can see here, these are only for facades. This is the structural requirement column for a building, and this is the requirement of a facade. Understood? So all those detailings are very important. The commonly used punch windows, we have used these windows extensively. So what is important is earlier we had this top hung windows, but in top hung window the smoke never escaped because smoke hot air only rises up and moves out. So what we have done is we have done a parallel opening. This is one of our projects we have done. So in the parallel opening, the ventilation is possible in all directions. We can't have large openings. If you have large openings, only the wind will come and it will blow off everything from your home. So that is why we have opening only up to 100 mm or even 120 mm. That's it. It's calculated in mm and detailed engineering. Then this is the shading devices. Because whenever you do a plain glass buildings, it's going to only increase the heat, the cooling loads inside, basically. So you need to have shades, fins. Now depend on the costing, budget, depend on the wind pressures, depend on the aesthetics, calls. There are many factors. Finally, one decides. So this process itself takes a year or a year and a half in any project. Okay. It's not easy that you just design few lines and it's done. So there's a lot of engineering. You need to sit with facade engineer and do it. And finally, these are very basic but very essential thing. You need a lightning arrestor. Otherwise, if a lightning struck in a high rise, you know what can happen. And you need this warning signals for the flight. Otherwise, the flight can get misguided. Now, talking at all the aspects together, I'll give you one example. It's a very nice building. So it's one of the building in Mumbai, central Mumbai on the east coast of Mumbai. It's a very symmetrical core. It's based on a very simple, it has a shear core. You see all the shear walls, and on the shear walls, it will have columns in the perimeter. It has a flat slab system. So there are 1, 2, 3, and 4 apartments. It's a luxury apartment. So the spaces are accordingly created based on the market valuation and also based on the area available and the costing of apartments. Then they have also done staircases, which are scissored staircases. Now there's a detailing you need to understand. Like you save space when you do scissor staircases. So it's a compact core, so they had to do this. And also, if you see, it's 100% symmetry. You can actually draw one square, a rectangle here, and a rectangle here. But because you wanted a room here, you did little bit of changes in the structure. So all this process take few years to develop because it has to be workable as well. It has to be sellable as well. It has to be aesthetically detailed. So here someone has just increased this and everything. So your little bit of aesthetics was taken care. Now, this is one of my favorite towers. I mean, I learned high-rise building just because something happened and it struck me when I was a kid. I was like, what is there? What is there? What is there? That curiosity is there. Why certain things happened and why so many people died in certain hours. So that curiosity made me actually move into high-rise designing and what are the efficiency and what are the ways and how you can protect something and what is happening. Because like for me, like during our time, we hardly had few access, CDs available to see Net Geo. It was not even common. So we bought particular CDs on how the WTC happened and Net Zero happened. And then what are the outcome? To see the efficiency, see this photo and see this photo. See the efficiency change, see how things move. There's a lot of documentaries available, innumerable. I think there are more than 10,000 documentaries available on these two buildings. Please watch them in your free time. Watch collectively or on an individual basis and see things. See, look at this. 8 months of removing of thousands of tons of debris. One building, so much. 8 months of just removing the debris. And that too in the most efficient country in the world, in the city of New York. I mean. Anyways, these are some facts of that building, how it was designed and what are the complications. So they had this system of tubular trusses in steel, and then what are the heights. So what is this? So then they have this fire protection, and then there is this core, RCC, and then concrete, metal decks. It's very high-tech design. I wouldn't take you through all the things, but if important, someone was asking me, so there are 71 elevators. And that too running at 10 meters per second. In Bombay, people are using 1 or 2 meters per second on an average. I was the first one to use the building with 8 meters per second and it's not performing well in Bombay. Otherwise, it's 1 or 2 meters per second. 2.5, so only few people have. So this is what we are, we need to be more efficient in terms of designing. So this is the detail of the core. When you want to do a mega design, this is how the make our design works. Look at the number of lifts, staircases. Now, this is of course American regulations, so you can't challenge. Look at the toilet blocks, the details, the lifts, zoning, banking. Yeah. So, anyways, it's 12:15. I'll just open up for some questions and then I'll take you all through the chart. A lot of theories have been explained to you all today. Idea was to introduce the core design to you. Idea was to give you complete knowledge of a high-rise building is mainly not only architectural ball game, it's a ball game of a MEP structure and all other, even the vertical circulation, facades, BMU, tower cranes, cleaning, maintaining everything together. How you make a combo design and then that is most efficient. So idea was just to introduce you to all these subjects. It's only 2 hour session which happened and it's brainstorming, like I know every student might be feeling like so much of discussion. How can you even understand what he's saying? But it's very, very raw thing I've told you all. So it's like I'm teaching you all A to Z in one day. वो तो होने वाला नहीं है. You need to understand each alphabet on its own individually. But hope so that you all have understood these concepts and hope you all have actually heard, what are the necessities and what are the important things. And maybe, like few things can get explored in this session today, day after. So you all can discuss, any difficulties, anything which is completely out of the box for you all. Because if you all don't understand what I spoke, like I don't expect you to understand everything, but even if you understand 10%, we can discuss. And based on that, I will introduce you to the design chart. Yeah, open the forum for discussion. Samir, Samriddhi.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
So myself, Lippy. I am actually designing a high-rise building for my thesis this year.
yeah,
But my topic for thesis is a pharmaceutical hub. But in that, I'm not considering any of the industrial or manufacturing unit. I'm just considering the research laboratory and a regulatory body, which will basically perform as a trade center for pharmaceutical department of India. So in that, when I researched about it, in Maharashtra, usually there's a rule, or maybe people say that to save the incentives and taxes, they usually do not go for a high-rise building, like not even up to 10 to 12 floors for a research laboratory. So why is it I didn't get the point of except the taxes and incentives. Obviously, it is a major part of economy after building the whole laboratories and everything. But if we see according to a design perspective, why cannot be there any high-rise building up to 12 floors maybe?
yeah, it's a good question basically. Now this is the latter part of a high rise. So once you get into the high rise, so it's not only the design or not only the MEPF services which we are, facing. So in practice, we are facing with taxation, we are facing with economy, finances. So lots and lots of big projects have failed because of economic crisis and taxation and government rules and development regulations. Now that is beyond our foresee right now. Okay, as an architect, it's possible to do anything because we are not dealing in that parameters right now. But as a if you ask me particularly, we have designed a R&D center, okay, for up to 16 to 22 stories, and it is allowed in Bombay, and there was no financial issues. So, and the companies have taken all care of all the financial issues on that. But see, what is happening with the taxation is like only a CA can guide you well on that, right? So it's not an architect who will play a role. So you need to sit with the CA, understand the importance, understand the why such R&D, towers don't come up. The research and development is not allowed up to certain floors also because of other parameters which is in practicalities which is not seen as, for example, you open the window and say if you are doing any chemical testing or you're doing any other testing and that thing pops out, so it can be hazardous to the environment around. So all those aspects are there. So not only so pharmaceutical companies, have these health issues. Then also, as far as I know, even gas pipes are not allowed. Above 30 floors in Bombay because they blast. So how do you take these services up? So if there's a pressure fumigation needed or a pressurized supply needed, how are you going to do that? So there are these challenges. So you need to, sit with the concerned team, sit with the concerned person. You need to choose appropriately for taxation, CA, for industrial designing or R&D centers with pressured pipes or gases or all hazardous things and what are the issues and then come out. Because otherwise the normal industry is like if you see, for a non-pharmaceutical things, you can go up to the higher heights. It's not a problem.
Yeah, actually, I had even talked about it to the respected field experts. But I was also in a doubt that, like a One World Trade Center जैसा बिल्डिंग को मिक्स यूज भी कर सकते हैं अपन तो why not go to a mixed use building like there are regulatory bodies also required in the same campus for R&D. Now it's a new law or a trend we can say that each and every R&D building requires a regulatory body. So like can we do such kind of composition key or the floors, the lower floors will be of R&D, the upper floors can be of clinical trials, and then the regulatory body which goes up to corporate use only.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. But see, अगर rules ही नहीं तो approval कौन देगा ना? You understand if you are exploring something in your thesis where there is no rules, and even if you ask me to judge, how am I supposed to judge? Right? So you need to develop a judging criteria, okay? You need to develop a regulation, sitting with the politicians and tell them like, I want to do this and I think say in MIDC area, instead of throwing open to residences, let us develop high-rise office buildings with R&D centers and manufacturing. And this can be multiple floors with manufacturing at the lower areas and R&D in the upper and also even in IIT Bombay I had done one biotech design. So there's a building called biotech design that was also 14 floors. As far as I remember, it was way beyond like 12 years, 14 years from now. In fact, when I initially started practice, architect Satish Madiwala and myself were in that team where we had designed a biomedical and we had a lot of regulatory issues, even in IIT. So like IIT is the hub who makes the regulations for such buildings. So even in IIT, we had a problem. So it's not easy what you're saying.
Yeah.
You need to talk to a lot of IITians of those caliber who can actually help you to promote and make evaluation systems in your thesis at least. I don't know in practice. So what are your evaluatory charts and what are your parameters? What are your restrictions? Once you know your restrictions, your parameters, and you're designing it, and then you're coming back and saying, this is working and this is not working, then your thesis is justifiable in that sense.
Okay.
But everything can't be in error. Right?
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So if
Nice.
possible, can I discuss my design with you later, if you allow?
Yeah, no problem.
Sure. Thank you,
If your
sir.
core designer, your faculty can allow, then only. Like as a architect, I just don't design generally, because what happens is, your process, your guide takes you in. It's most important. It's not what you keep talking and discussing with uh, other architects. So you need to first discuss with your guide and see and ask, your guide on for what parameters you're talking to different people. So guide is the most important element in thesis.
Yes, yes.
This is for everybody. I mean, not only you.
Okay.
You can't just go and say today I know, for example, I know someone in IIT and I want to sit and talk with him, because your IIT guidance will be of no use if your guide is not, you know, mixing that process into your design.
Sure, sir.
So discuss with your guide and then you discuss with other architects or other, lot of
Yes.
people are there in the market. They'll help you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Anyone else? Anyone else who is doing high rise as a thesis? So no questions, nothing to discuss. Ashish, Kinnari, Swaroop, Ujjwal, Amar, Diksha, so many students are there, like 42. It's very strange. I mean, like you should start talking. That is most important thing. Now, what's the fun of having workshop then if you don't have questions, don't want to talk?
Class, please interact, because it cannot be one-way lecture. The meaning of workshop is you interact and you have discussions.
See, here I'm not here to give lectures. It's not a class or something. No, it has to be workshop. No, it has to be two-way communication.
Niyati, Nirmay, would you like to express your doubts or any questions that you have today? Niyati? Drishti, are you there?
Come on, y'all are not first year students here where we need to be behind y'all. They are like almost going to get graduated now.
Okay. Your mic is not
Drishti.
working. Drishti.
But no one of 40, 50 students, no one wants to discuss anything.
Harshal? Nirmay? Please respond.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, so Nirma, you don't want to discuss anything. You know everything on HIGHRISE. You guys know everything on HIGHRISE. But doubts नहीं है क्या?
Class, this is such an amazing opportunity. Parag sir is with us and he's an expert in this subject. And he's here to share all his knowledge with all of you. And you're not even responding. Please talk. It's okay if it is wrong. It's okay if you're talking in whatever language you want, but please respond.
Yeah, I understand Marathi also completely, if needed. Gujarati, Marathi, Hindi, anything. Idea is exchange of thoughts. Idea is I need to know ना, I need to get confidence ना. आपको मैं डिजाइन करने दूंगा लेकिन आपको पता ही नहीं तो आप डिजाइन क्या करोगे?
It's okay. You can just discuss whatever you have understood. Maybe whatever pointers you have understood, you can clarify with sir. But opening the discussion is very important. Sanali?
Hello, ma'am. Can I ask one more question?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't need permission. You just talk. Open up your mic and talk.
Yes.
Yeah, Liki.
So we had a discussion. Like you introduced a core system, that the atrium core, which is more efficient in matters of energy also. So, like, is it necessary to have a through and through atrium, or we can have a divided atrium so that it also helps us to give daylight effect in a
Why you have
commercial
a divided atrium?
to reduce the energy consumption in building, like to get the daylight effect more, which could help to create atmosphere.
Yes, if you justify that, then you can have divided atrium. So there is this architect, Bench architect. He does this. I'll take you through in the examples in the workshop. So what they do is they actually do the sun part analysis and see where they want at what hours they want in an office building or a R&D building which you're designing. You need to know na R&D building won't operate 24/365. It will work only for certain hours. So you want natural light coming in. Then you need to explore that. So vertical atrium is just one example, but if you are doing a proper environmental design studies and you know that from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. you need light coming in.
Yeah, according to the directions and orientation of the building, like connecting the vertical atrium to the horizontal landscape floors and everything.
Yes.
So I also wanted to ask the design procedure for it, because right now when I started designing it, usually we start with a plan, a conceptual plan and everything. So right now I realize that designing a high rise is like first doing the 3D concept, elevations and everything, and then coming to the plan again, because बहुत सारा changes होते रहता है plan. So how can I start with the planning process?
It's a good question. It's a very good question. Actually, it depends on what your brief is. So anything, not only high rise, any project you do, it's always a good question and a good takeaway. So you need to know what are the pros and the cons whenever you do. Whenever you do a 3D and you feel like your 3D is not working the way you designed it in the plan, then you come back and you change the plan. Then you again go back and see it's not working. Your 3D is not working in the plan, but plan is more important and your 3D needs to change. So then you do. So that is where these software skills are important. Where you do back and forth till you get the most efficient shape as well as most efficient plan. So there is nothing where to start and where to end. You start with something and then see whether all other parameters are, balanced out with that parameter. So you can't have 10 parameters and say it's going to work efficiently for all the things. That never happens in ideal world, right? So if you want your design to be passive design and you want to work with sun, then that is your base parameter, and then other parameters revolve around it. if you say your, say for example, right now regulatory parameter is most efficient. Most of the builders will want only regulatory parameters and job done. So then that becomes your base parameters, and other parameters are only added on. Sometimes the aesthetics are also added on parameters for a developer. Understood? But as a thesis or as a student, for you, that cannot be the parameter. Your regulatory parameter is a add-on. It cannot be only base parameters.
Yeah.
Your As a student, you need to evolve the process of, what are the different parameters or compartments of design, and then how you're going to balance, and how you're going to speak about it, and how it's going to look effectively. Because you can't have a shabby looking building which is functionally looking right. Then municipal schools were the best schools, are designed as per the regulation. But who is going to go and study in municipal school anymore? Hardly few. Understood?
Yeah.
So
So,
all
like,
these are, yeah.
how do I differentiate between a research laboratory being into a special criteria category basically, and a trade center which comes under complete commercial or mixed use building
So
category?
ideally, your planning is a commercial building only. Your planning R&D or
Both are
whatever you're
different.
planning is a commercial building. You have to follow commercial with the deviations.
Okay.
You can't have any other chapter out. It's going to be a commercial building with a deviation and a focus only for R&D and only for trades or the exchange.
Okay. Mhm.
But
Thank
good,
you, sir.
good, nice to interact with you. It's nice. I'm very happy that you are opening up and having this kind of a discussion. Very nice. Anyone else?
Plus, it may not be just about your thesis. Maybe your thesis is not a high rise, but even then, you can keep on discussing things.
Yeah, it's okay. As an architect, if I know that subject well, I will let you know it. You can discuss anything. See, right now, services, core designs can apply to any building. It can be efficiently designed core for a low rise also. No need for a high rise.
Semester 7 had high rise structures right now for your AD, right? So, don't you have any questions regarding how the core was to be designed or anything like that? You can definitely ask sir right now.
Sorry to interrupt you quickly, ma'am.
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
Parag sir. I'm Professor Amar Patel. I just would like to add in this thing. Semester 7 students are particularly facing problem of case studies, which are very prominent or very relevant to MMR region. Like they are designing all projects in MMR. So
Wow.
which kind of passive design strategies or construction techniques are used or facade engineering is done right now, or maybe they can learn or explore that idea on site. So because
Right.
of COVID, no one is allowed to go anywhere. So if sir can help to guide us in that sense, to maybe student can explore more things.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I
that
have
is
a whole
kind of a
session.
request. Yeah.
I have a whole session right now only for MMR.
Okay, yeah, because
Yeah.
climatic conditions and the facade engineering requirement is totally different from Western high-rise
Hmm.
things. So
Hmm.
we need to focus on that thing. So if any case studies live or done executed projects are or data are available, then students can explore that thing.
No, so right now the focus is only on the voids and how to utilize these parameters on refuge floors and connecting bridges because of the regulatory impacts.
Yes.
Because that is only going to work on MMR today.
Okay. Yeah. But
So they are
facade
focusing.
engineering is also very prominent thing which we need
Yes,
to
yes,
focus on it. So
yes,
if
yes.
on that any research or any work is done or maybe you are into that
Yeah,
associated, then
yeah,
maybe you can discuss that idea because that is common for everyone. Everyone can
yes,
use these ideas.
yes, yes.
Yeah, because a typical brickwork, plaster, and window is not right now It is not
Correct.
very good designs. We need to intervene and rethink on this thing.
Correct.
Yeah. In
Yes.
housing, particularly, I'm talking about housing.
Yes. Mostly housing and commercial are only covered
Yeah.
right now. Hotels are
Yeah.
very rare
Yeah.
right now. Like, they are there, but I've not considered that.
Okay. If you can explore that, then it will be good for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So definitely, and if you could also give them a gist of some case studies which they can explore on their own,
Yes, yes, ma'am.
something which you have taken up in some other cases,
Yeah, so
so it
today
might
I will
help
just
them.
take, yeah, today right now I will just take them through MMR, and tomorrow, like on the Wednesday, basically I will take them through detailed case studies, but they are not from MMR, but they are from tropical areas.
That will be
Okay.
interesting, sir.
Yeah, so those will be really interesting. What you all want to take it up into the design, it will be very nice. So anyways, I will just proceed now. Students, you all have time. I can spend like another 5-10 minutes exploring anything you all want. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Anyone who wants to open up and
Hello.
show up their design and talk, I'm open for that also. But keep
Hello,
it
sir.
small.
Hello.
Yes, Pranjal, go ahead.
सर कोर सर्कुलेशन हैबिटेबल स्पेस ये सब लोगों का एग्जैक्टली इंटीग्रेशन कैसे होता है इन टर्म्स ऑफ स्पेसेस लाइक पर्टिकुलर कोई परसेंटेज होता है क्या कि सर्कुलर के लिए सर्विसेज के लिए एंड हाउ डू वी कम टू एन estimated percentage कि इतना ही होना चाहिए इतना होना चाहिए and sir just one of the thing like जितना we have discussed in our designs तो we learned कि fire staircases ये सब जो होता है वो लोगों को एक specific ventilation की ज़रूरत होती है and one of the projects which you showed like one of the plan which you showed in which was you said in Mumbai वहाँ पे जो staircases थे that was in the middle of the plan. So that those both of the staircase didn't have any ventilation like window ke liye. So how does that work in high-rise buildings?
Yes. So I'll answer your first question. So basically, anything to do, not only in high rise, but anything, it's always you need to define your user of the building first. So whether it's a commercial, residential, and then what are the occupants? The number of occupants plays a major role for designing any services, any core, any fire escape, anything. So if you are designing for residences, then you have NBC, you need to refer NBC, and then what are the residential category, and come back, and then you say like, yeah, I'm going to do this kind of a building for say 4 apartments, 5 occupants in an apartment. So I'm talking of 20 per floor, and then do the maths, blah 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 blah. Then there are certain ways in which you can rethink. You can't over exceed or you can't under exceed. So when you are trying to make it efficiently designed, then you need to cut corners and say like, okay, though I'm designing for say 4 apartments, 5 people, but maybe in reality or in maybe it could be 10 people staying in that apartment or 4. So what are the exact averages and what are your now you're the real estate person who is a developer whom is saying, so whether he's selling in a luxury or whether he's selling an affordable, so all in those categories you will come to know what are the parameters and what are the offbeat corrections you need to do from the thumb rule basis. So lot of affordable housing will have a lot of corrections in that because occupancy will be more dense in an affordable housing scheme as compared to the luxury apartments. And luxury apartment will also have a negative correction. So you need to balance that. I'm just talking residential right now. So based on the occupants, you need to design your service codes. And once your lifts will have a traffic analysis to be done. So you say like you are designing for 4 bank lift and say so many people will travel. And then you run, there's a tool available, there's a CPC guide, there are regulations for designing each and everything. You refer to these guides and see whether, the waiting time for a person, it's not exceeding certain limit standard. and that many lifts are basic requirement. Now, if you want to go beyond that and say I'm making it a little luxury, I don't want a person to stand for a minute for a lift. I want him to go in point 0.8 of a second of a minute or a point in 7 of a. So that is like giving more luxury and giving more services, more efficiency to that. So that is the play. So for all those aspects, you need to see for guides. You need, so everything is on human calculation. It's going to be like kitna occupants hai, and then kitna usko efficient banana hai, kitna efficient banana hai. Even the number of doors, number of openings, everything is based on that. So in the high rise, like by providing double door opening is maybe not efficient. Single door opening is most important. So you cut corners, you come to know that the door swings are important, which way the door is swinging in a high rise. That is also important. It saves space. There is a example, Loda Park. It's done by, I think, Voha Architects. They have done like a room door which opens and behind is a toilet door. So that saves like, how much? Like 1 meter space, 3 feet space, basically. And that is how they were able to justify and make more compact. So though it was a luxury project, but because it was in the center of the city, it saved that space. So I have a plan, and maybe I'll show you that layout. I have a plan. I've done one apartment in Loda Park. So that is how those people got efficiency. Even like efficiency in terms of door swings, door openings will create more and more. So this will not come in one day, or maybe not in your one design of a high-rise building. It will come over years of practice and years of experience. It's not that easy. Second question, what is most important is you need to understand through case studies and also through live research. So one thing is to read the plans and understand, yeah, I understood this planning and it's working. But second thing, what most of the architects don't do is get the real functional use, of the building. So what we do in practice is, we call up these. So there are these facility teams, especially a company called CBRE. It's very difficult to get a data out from them, but through the power of a real estate developer, we can get some data out. So we know functionally how many people actually utilize lifts, how many people actually are using the servants available there. Like the liftsman, and all those. So whether you need a liftsman, you don't need a liftsman. So what are these maintenance or facility teams data? That is the most important data one should use, in practice, because that will show the efficiency of designing. So it can't come in the college time, it's very difficult. But once you go into the practice and you are actually designing these buildings, you will come to know the 70% of the high-rise building is never occupied in a residential building in the luxury tower. So, your design actually differs later on. But what if it is occupied 100%? So what are these variations, permutations? And you keep modeling them. And one person can't do this. You need a team in a high-rise. So you need a team of 5 to 10 architects who are actually trying to make it efficient. And then what is the real answer? So whether you are disrupting the idea of, making a good design or over efficient design, you let go of certain ideas. So that call will come only when you have a factual data available with you and justifiable answers towards your questions.
I'm sorry, sir, but my question was that how does it work? Like आपने जो plan दिखाया, that didn't have any windows.
Yeah, I've not come to that point. I've not come to that window point.
Sir.
Yeah. See, there are two parts for your first question. So one was with the basic idea of planning, and second thing is to collect from data from the available user right now. So I'll give you an example. For example, I worked extensively for Indiabulls projects. So now CBRE were the people who were actually designing the maintenance part and the facilities team. So from them, we used to get a lot of data and the feedbacks. Like out of 15 lifts, only 3 lifts were majorly used because it was the shortest route and people did not travel there. Then also in terms of facilities, instead of having 10 servants, let us keep only 2 servants because every day labor intense को cost करने. So then we come to know how the lift banks are actually operating in Bombay. Now this is very different from designing a building in abroad, and because there everything is automated and labor intensive and all is very less. But here we are, we need a person by you who go to this lift, go to that lift, and all those things. So that is what I'm saying. So there are 2 aspects of designing. One is theoretical and bookish knowledge and fundamental design ideas. And second thing is the practical knowledge which you get from data which is available from the facilities. Now coming to the staircases and the lifts which are there in the enclosed core. So what happens in an enclosed core is there are 2 regulations in Bombay. One is a 3 meters by 3 meters shaft is also considered as a ventilation shaft. And second thing is you can use a pressurization system. That's the mechanical pressurization system. So if you use any of these techniques, technically it is permissible, and a lot of buildings have been done that. Especially in commercial buildings, we have an invert core. We don't have staircases which open up into the light and ventilation. And also what we do is we have a little split. I'll just share my screen again, 1 second. The idea is the smoke should escape. You're talking of this, na?
Yes, sir.
Let me just zoom in. So see this is a void. Can you see?
Yes, sir.
This is a void and this is a slit. So there are louvers here. And then the ventilation happens from here. And also from here. There's a void here. There's a light ventilation window here. So here the pressurization system is not there.
Okay.
But here it's a cross ventilation. And it's a proper system. So it's only at the mid landing. So that is why this is at a landing. So there's a little level difference. But otherwise, the light ventilation is allowed from here. Understood?
So pressurization system.
I'll show you the pressurization system. 1 second.
Okay, like it is similar to pressure cascade system which is used in HVAC.
No. Yeah, it's a HVAC system. 1 second. So see this. So though this is an internal staircase, completely internal staircase. So here we have used pressurization shaft. So all the smoke which will be there has to get pressurized and sucked out from the fire point of view. And from the light point of view, we are using artificial lights which will be running with a power backup and DG. Now these are all complicated things in the college time to explore, but there is regulations and it can help you to work without, you have to work around. So again, here we had considered this as 3 by 3 shaft earlier and a window here, but due to structural issues, we couldn't have a window here. Basically. So now currently it's only a mechanical shaft on the basis of which the entire staircase is functioning, and it is always pressurized. So if you move into the staircase now, you will find the ventilation, the forced mechanical ventilation happening. It is similar to how you do the basement ventilation. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Even this one is the enclosed one, but it has a ventilation here. So this is a 3 by 3 shaft, and it had a window here, basically somewhere here. So this is not pressurized. Only one was a pressurized staircase. But this pressurization is allowed only with a paying of premium and functional use. It's like it's not the ideal design. One should not use it. But because of other parameters, we can still play with certain things and get it done.
So one more question arose when you gave the answer for the first question. You said that residential के लिए जहाँ पे जितने लोग वहाँ पे residents रहेंगे तो उसके हिसाब से we'll decide that what is the serviceable area. Then what about commercial? Like how will that be decided?
Commercial is on the area. So commercial is also occupancy, but occupancy per meter, square meter we need to do. So there's the ratios. You know, if it's the IT office, then this is the occupancy ratio. So it's there in the NBC. So if it's an industrial mall or something like that, then this is the square meter usage and all. So based on that, like similar to how you all do toilets and all, basically, so many liters per person. And all. So you have to assume that. And so commercial IT offices are different, commercial offices are different. So Gala systems are different. Industrial office buildings are different. So there are a lot of variations in commercial.
So I had one more silly question actually. Like in our AD this year, we got to know that the height of the building is also depends upon the border, like marginal space which we leave. So like we were taught that h/5 is the thing, like we have to do that. Then how does this work in skyscrapers, like skyscrapers and very large, very high building, like not just 10 floor or 12 floor, like.
It's a very good question. It's not a silly question. It's the most important question, in fact, of any high rise in Bombay. If you're given a plot in MMR, so basically what happens is h/5, h/3 regulation supersede by paying premiums in Mumbai. And what happens is there's certain category where you can actually tight plots, you can also avoid certain things. So there are special cases award based on your ward, which ward you all are. And so that is now, if you go into detail of 33.7, 33.4, how much premium you need to pay, and then whether your developer is wanting to pay that premium, and then you avoid those things. So also there are challenges. So then if the building, if a small building is abutting your plot and you do a dead wall staircase there, then you can overrule that. So how you design that, and so it's actually on individual plot and how you develop rather than a general statement to be made. Understood? So you can have a lift bank, which is a dead wall. So then dead wall ke liye you don't need that parameters much. So you need a basic thing which is for firefighting. So firefighting is also you don't need from all sides. You just need from two sides to avoid.
So, but even from two sides, if we have like how we talk, like if it is a 30-story building, it will be like 90 meters high. Then 90/5 is like really big distance for to keep, like. So how does that
premiums?
Work? Okay, okay, sir.
Because that is only in MMR, in central, in certain wards, not in all plots. So where there are tight plots and density is high in that area. See, I told you everything revolves on the occupants. So see, if you're doing a high-rise tower in Mahalakshmi area or say in Zaveri Bazar area or something, then that restrictions are, superseded by paying premiums. But if you do the same design in maybe Worli, Prabhadevi or the other or something, then you can't have that. That's not allowed. So that will work from ward to ward. So G ward, S. So each ward will have their own approval strategies in which you can do.
Okay, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
So I have a question. So I'm from SEM 7, and in SEM 7 we are having a township project, and for that, for the residential high-rise buildings, I'm thinking to provide punctures and voids in between the floors, so that it will not block the airflow and natural airlet ventilation to the low-rise structures. So, but sir, I do not only want to treat those voids as a simple voids, but I want to use that space as a green terrace garden or as a recreation area. But Sir, for that, I'm thinking a little bit different. That I do not only I don't want to continue those straight columns. I am thinking of giving inclined or slanted column bracings for that. My question is that is it possible to design such floors or such buildings in MMR region? And if it is, then how should I approach it?
Yeah, so one of the example, one Indiabul center in it's completely inclined columns. It's there in Parel, Prabhadevi now. It's called Lower Parel, Parel.
So which center? Can you repeat, please?
One Indiabul center. I will show you that example.
Okay,
It's
sir.
there in our presentation. So anyways, I'll just take you ahead, like since a lot of questions are coming on MMR, some different architecture. Now, I will not call it sustainable architecture right now, but then little bits of sustainability parameters are addressed.
Sir, I think Prachi wanted to ask you something before this.
Yep.
Can she
Yep.
just ask you one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Prachi. Prachi, you were saying something before this, Prachi boy. I think she's disconnected. Sorry for that. Please continue.
No problem. Yeah, so we are coming to the core now. So we are getting into the design phase. So basically, this is a design charrette. So it's a small exercise. It's a very one day, like y'all are lucky, y'all are having 2 days now. You can work on a holiday tomorrow. So idea is how to get these environmental design parameters into the high-rise building. So it's about problem solving rather than right from starting you do everything and then make it a perfect building. That happens, but not very inclined to our scenario right now. It's very difficult because here everything revolves around is finance and FSI and plot restrictions and like how most of the colleagues said like how we get H by 5 and H by 3 and all. So there in such conditions generally only the problem solving and design thinking to get a better environment than the neighbor is the approach. But what are these approach and how do you get these ideas about problem solving is only when you see or look at the complete building design evolved. So only in case in Bombay where we did I2R, basically industrial to residential or industrial to commercial ICR. So where the large industries with the plots for like 10 acres and 20 acres. So there it was possible to design with such parameters where we did not do a basic design, about problem solving. We actually, from conceptual design, we could do something new. But otherwise, in a smaller plots or tighter plots and do a high rise and all, you have to design through parameter design. So understand these philosophies. So what I generally like, I would like you all to follow is follow these architects who have worked more on tropical areas and also who worked on detailing. Okay, so these are the architects who just don't do like very basic sketch and it's out there. So they get into the further detail and efficiently designing the details. So Voha is one of the architects who have majorly played a role in Mumbai as well. We've seen buildings in Mumbai, especially in central Mumbai. Voha has done few buildings. So Loda Park is one of the building, and then there is this Loda Dioro and few other buildings also. Kin Yang never came to Bombay because of certain issues, but Kin Yang practiced extensively in Singapore. Even Voha practices extensively in Singapore, and they have a huge tropical climate responsive data as well as building design solutions. So not only in terms of conceptual to execution, but also in terms of bits, pocket designs, and understanding how things work. Now, Foster and Partners are huge, but they have extensive use. They have one tower in Mumbai, that's Omkar 1973. But otherwise, Omkar buildings were not as differential making as compared to any other developer earlier. But with the influence of or ideas of Fosters and Partners, they have created a very big township planning or urban planning in Mumbai. And Fosters and Partners are always working on very different tangent in Indian content right now also. So those who are aspiring to go abroad and work in London, Fosters will always be an attractive uh, company, and they have extensive research for everything. For high rise, especially, he is one of the very different architect with a. He doesn't do only basic building, but he integrates energy efficiency, energy optimization, renewable energies, natural ventilation. So even his original buildings had that, and even the new buildings have efficiency in that. And Benish is a German architect, and he has developed a very different mode of designing, especially these voids. So one of the answers to your friend's question is should follow Benish architect and see whether you can try to get place voids and juxtaposition of the buildings in a high rise to create the natural light coming in and ventilation strategies. Jordi itself is a green architect, landscape architect, and he deals with a lot of landscaping. And Stefano Biori, everybody is famous, very famous in Bombay itself, with having biodiversity done in his high rise in Italy. So we are particularly talking of these set of architects. I'm sure there are a lot of architects. Like if you run to CTBH, there are many more architects. But for this chariot, we're just looking at these architects and let us focus and learn from them rather than changing our focus to any other direction. So what are these? So what you will do is you will study these architects. Go online. Since lockdown, so you need to go through YouTube, you need to go through JTVH websites, you need to go through their company websites, and then see what are the scope or the potential to develop a urban pattern in our city with the our regulations which are there, and what are the our parameters of designing here. We need to understand the urban issues. So I already discussed in some of the answers. So if you're designing something in a dense environment, then what are the issues? What if you're designing in an open environment, what are the issues? And what are the regulations or what are the parameters you need to focus? And what are the building technicalities? So construction technicalities is also important. You can't have like only. I have a friend in Singapore who has done 45 meters cantilevered house. Okay. But that was possible only in G+2, G+3. Now, if you want to do something like, you know, which is like 50 meters cantilever and 40 meters cantilever, then what are the architectural building technicalities and what are the problems there and how you're going to do it? So those are the technicalities I'm going to talk about and we need to explore. If you want to do out of the box, like certain designs, then what are the issues and how you're going to address those issues. So understanding building materials, of course, exploring the building material. Nowadays, bamboo is the in thing. There's also reinforced bamboo. So reinforced bamboo and fiber bamboos, which will replace steel sooner or later, once the steel lobby, of course, allows them. So bamboo is there, terracotta is there. So other elements are there which are environment friendly, but not for main structures yet. You can do for parastructures like pins or shading devices or something like that. You can explore. And development of a sustainable and a passive low energy buildings as a strategy for the society. Now, this is the most important thing. Even in our regulations, we have to have natural ventilation for all the rooms, for all the each and every enclosure. You need a natural light and ventilation. This most important thing. Like what are the aspect in which you need is your design abilities and allowable. So you can't have a very small, window, say 1 feet by 1 feet, and say, yeah, I've done a natural light and ventilation strategy, because anyways it's going to be air conditioned, so I don't need an opening. But you can't also have a completely glazed building and then say that, yeah, I've done natural ventilation strategy. So aperture size or the window sizes or what, it's all on your design sense, but how you justify them, it's up to you. So I'm talking about these parameters to be learned in detail, and it's going to be very quick discussions. It's going to be very quick. So I don't want you to explore 15 different possibilities and then say ye nahi chalta to bhi wo hai. So you pick up any one strategy or two strategy individually as a group. You form 8 to 10 students. You will have 8 to 10 ideas. That is design thinking, and then merge the 8 to 10 designs into one seamless design and then come up with a solution. So that is the problem solving abilities and a collective design thinking. So it's an idea in which one person will talk about facade and he will do something innovative in facade because he liked something. Another person will do something innovative in lifts. Someone will come and say, I want to change the form. Someone will say, I will want to explore voids or the refuges, or I want to explore bridges. So collectively, how you brainstorm and you come up with one solution. That is what is the charrette all about. So a defined program. Okay, so there's a program which I'm defining right now. It can be a residential, a commercial, or a hotel. Okay. Now I doubt you'll have worked more on hotels, so let us keep it to residential and commercial. So as a group, it will be only one. So it can be either residential or commercial. Don't get into mixed use right now. Okay. And then I'm giving you plots right now. So there'll be like plots on the Eastern Freeway. So there is no restriction, there is no regulation except for Bombay DCR. So don't worry about any issues about your neighbors and infrastructure and all. It's all there. Assume that it's a hypothetical site. And each group will get about 10 acres of a land parcel, which is a huge. It's not like 2 acres and 4 acres, like huge 10 acres of a land parcel, and develop a project. So when you are developing a project, basically, what is most important in a high rise is, in the brief which I'm giving you right now, is I need 20% of open space. The building footprint can be maximum up to 80% of the footprint. Yeah, maximum. I'm not saying minimum, maximum. Of which 10% has to be on the ground. So there can be no basement, there can be no podium above, nothing. So 10% khulla rakhna hai, and that has to be the green area, the ground area. So it has to be minimum like 10 meters by 10 meters minimum. So it can't be like a stripped area and that's a RG area. It has to be a proper RG on Mother Earth. Then for fire tender, so from the surrounding 12 meters, we need a restriction. So from the boundary offset of 12 meters is there from the parameters. And this fire tender has to revolve around all the sides of the high rise, and it has to be approachable to the each tower. So 12 meters around the tower is more important, not on the boundary of the plot. Understood? Develop a core. So I've given you the idea of core. So you need to first define whether it's a residential or commercial and what kind of a commercial you are doing. Then you need to define your heights. So heights will be based on the area. So like FSI is, I'll give you the FSI. I think it's 1.33 only, you assume, and then you can add more 1.33 if you need to go higher. But 10 acres is a big plot. ठीक है, 10 acres में super high rise बन सकता है. So 10 acres plus 1.33 FSI. If it's shorter, then you can add one more 1.33. So 2.66 max we can go. And what I want is occupancy has to be defined. So you need to define like whether you're going to do a 5-bedroom or 5 occupants rooms, like 2 BHK or a 3 BHK or a 4, and then what are the occupants you're considering, and then how you're going to design the core. And then what are the structural stabilities? So how you're going to design an efficient core, whether you want to do a central core, off-centered core, a telescopic core, a corner core, and then how you're going to work a building design of high rise. So it's not going to be a detailed exercise. It's going to be quick because 10 students are in one group. So everybody can't do everything. You need to divide yourselves and come up with quick solutions and sketches. And it has to be one you need to present it. Don't come and tell me there are 10 options. I mean, we are not into option designs. You need to brainstorm. You need to come up with one right design. And later on, once this exercise, basic exercise is done, that is your homework. So on next day, we will learn into the parameters of environment design and climate studies, your climate responsive buildings evolve, how you create the sky gardens, the deck spaces, the vertical greens, the sky bridges, and the refuge. So these are the keywords. Refuge voids, the connection. There can be like connecting bridges which are functional as well as non-functional. Then how you can use the shading device. Now there is something called wind wings which Kinian has developed. Can read about it. We can use such elements and develop the building. So wind wings and shades are for facades, which sir wanted to explore as well. So please look at it. Mechanical brakes are service floors, which I've already explained to you all that you'll need brakes in every 10 to 15 floors. So they can also go double height. So there's a restriction in Mumbai that is to be 2 meters, but you can consider, you can explore that. We can challenge the regulation why only 2 meters. So we can talk about that. Explore the mechanical brakes, explore the refuge. So refuge also there is certain height restrictions, but let us explore that. That refuges need not be only like the floor, 3 meters high. It can be 6 meters high. It can be 10 meters high also. But the area of the refuge should not be extensively used. The area is limited. I don't know if you all know refuge area calculations, but if you don't know, then consider one apartment of a residential as the refuge floor for now. There's a maths to it, but let's not get into that technicalities. So these are the parameters which we will explore for the next class, but these are the requirements you need to do. And what I need is a final outcome. So what I need is a one 3D from you all or a elevation. If you can't make a 3D, make a elevation. And it has to be rendered, it has to be colored because I don't want any black and white non-colored element. It needs to represent the idea of the materials which you're going to use and apply. Because without materials, black and white rendered elevation, just by writing that I'm going to use a terracotta or I'm going to use some green wall, it's not going to work. I need something which is colored, rendered, or if nothing works, make a model. I think model is going to be tricky, so don't go into model, but SketchUp model is fine. So just compose that in one A1 with your ideas, and that's what I need. And effectively, once the workshop is done, as a college, you all can make like an urban pattern, like a city scape, like a panorama, because what I'm giving you right now is the plots which are abutting each other. So if you come up with a very good design and if with a good renders, as a college, you will have a potential to make a nice skyline panorama. Multiple sheets can be combined and formed as a class exercise. Now this can be divided with fourth year and fifth year or however you want. But it's nice. So then like group A is talking about this architect and group B is talking about this architect, and this is how he has explored this. So this is the design chart. Now opening up the site very quickly. It's on the Eastern Expressway. So there's a big road like Eastern Expressway, and there's a small cut. I don't know if you all know much about. So this is almost near the Sandus Road, Vaikla Railroad area basically. There's a railroad here. Sandus Road is little away. This Cotton Green Station. So this entire plot is the Mumbai Port Trust Road. So don't worry about the regulations much. But keep the DCR as the godfather. Don't even refer too much of NBC. NBC you can refer for basic principles of occupancy and all. So this whole plot we are dividing into 8 to 10 plots, subplots. So this will be your site. So there are big 20-20 meter road already given, and there are these 8 plots. So these are like the general RG for the public. Then one, two. So these are all approximately around 10 acres. Someone will have 8 acres, someone will have up to 12 acres. So 2 acres plus and minus I've done. Otherwise, it's all divided, and it's an AutoCAD plan. So you will know what the surroundings are here. They generally industrial area. So Cotton Green was an old industrial township, and everything is open. So if someone is doing a good render, this is the Eastern Harbor. So from the Eastern Harbor zone, you can see these harbors. You can have a nice view. It can be like a new skyline which can be evolved in Mumbai. So that is the theme or the general research which I want you to. 1 second. Sorry. So this is these harbors where the yachts and the boats have been parked. And further beyond this, the road Shivri is here. A lot of flamingos and all come here. It's a very beautiful site. Y'all have one more day to develop. Please utilize that. I'm just giving you the brief history of Mumbai and what is important. So this is one of the extract when I was studying about Charles Correa, and while I was working with Satish Madiwala. So Satish Madiwala is the ex-director of Charles Correa, and he worked extensively with Charles Correa earlier. A lot of his principles and theories were shared to me through Satish Madiwala architect. So I am a big fan and follower of Charles Correa through Satish Madiwala's I've I've interacted with Charles Correa, but not too much. Just like whenever we meet him in the workshops or in the college and all. But then most important, and he also discussed this when he was in London in 2009 when we were there. There was a charrette and a design workshop by Charles Correa organized by RIBA. So he had introduced these key elements. So he envisioned Mumbai as an interconnected hub, with the Navi Mumbai and extension of Navi Mumbai. So these were the trade routes, sea routes, and these were the connection points. So we are talking right now something out here. And you can see this. So these are the general development zones. So I hope you all know Bombay much. And Nariman Point and Central Mumbai and then Dadar area and all these areas. And so it's a development. And what is important is Mumbai, if they want to grow further, like how New York has grown further with New Jersey and all, and also London has grown with Canary Wharf and all other areas. So Charles Correa developed a proposal where he wanted the sea routes to get activated and connected to say JNPT and Navi Mumbai and Vashi and all these areas, and then develop that. So what he defined, so when he did Kanchenjunga, basically, what he explored is purely voids for natural ventilation. I hope everybody has seen this building or read about it. Extensively, people have talked about. I don't need to introduce this building. But what is important, what I see this building is it has voids. I just see this building that it has a character which over the years none of the buildings in the surrounding ever were able to even make 1% of it, or maybe 5%, because what is happening is this building was designed considering the natural ventilation strategies, right? And natural ventilation in Mumbai is the key solution to environment-friendly response, climate response for hot and humid climate. Correct? I hope you all are making notes what I'm saying and make understand of. So he played with the double height, single heights, cross ventilation, low ventilation, high ventilation strategy. And he created a symbol. It's a very simple building, but very innovative, and it focused only on natural ventilation, But if you see from outside, you need to just understand like where the punctures are, what kind of strategy, how the rooms are lit, why he has designed this building. That's the question is not about whether I make a taller building or I make a fatter building like a wall like this. The question is not that. The question is you have knowledge of certain things. You know that we need a cross ventilation. You know that we need a ventilation strategy. You know this is a humid climate, but still 99.9% architects follow this principle where they can stack one plan on top of each other and commercially viable building, and that's it. So this kept hitting my brain since many years, and I wanted to learn. I wanted to, and still I'm learning. I mean, I've never stopped learning from all this thing. But why did Charles Korea did this, and everybody is like still not even like following this building, or not even everybody has learned. Like, I'm sure my tutors would also have learned these, like design something like this, design something like this, but then no one is doing. So it's a very sad practical feedback of this building. So this is what is followed architecture, and so this is by Foster's, and this is Omkar 1973. This is by another VGS Hotel, and then this is some other tower which is there. So this is a skyline of the western front line right now. So this is this World Towers. Original skyline of Mumbai was like this. This is Prabhadevi area, I think. I used to stay in one of these buildings here. And suddenly, after 10 years, once I graduated, I came back from London and I saw like, oh shit, what is happening to Bombay? It's completely changed. And I'm sorry, but I don't know. I can't even appreciate them, but they're there and they're doing good functionally. We've done a lot of projects inside. They are nowhere even close to this, but it's all technology based solutions. It's all there. It has answers to everything you ask, and you need to read each building individually and learn. Like looking at this photograph, you will see this. I taught you all about this. Can someone tell me what are these? Just an hour ago, I just spoke about these. What are these yellow colored things? Any student? Come on. You want me to zoom? What are these yellow colored things? We can't run a charrette now if you all don't answer. I'm sorry. I need the answer. What are these yellow colored things which you see on the top?
Pinnacle.
This is a pinnacle. This is a pinnacle. This is the RNA tower in Worli. It's a pinnacle on RNA tower. This building is not even completed. How they will go? अगर सिर बनाया ही नहीं तो crown कैसे लगेगा उसके ऊपर? What is this? Any student? See, you all are not paying attention. I'm not telling stories here. See, this is a crown. This is Ahuja Tower. What are these? Come on. Come on, or I'll end it here. Huh? I won't take you all further with all these things. If you all don't tell me this, it's a very basic thing. I told you all. Keep in mind. Keep in mind. I'll ask you all questions.
Ashal, why are you putting in chat box? You could answer sir directly, no?
Come on, talk. You don't need to visit site, just looking at the photographs, you should be able to understand now. You are living in a age where everything is digitalized. Huh? I'm stop presenting all this thing. I don't want to discuss further if you all don't answer then. So Arshal is right anyways. It's called jump form work. It's a shame no one knows yet. No one wants to talk. Okay, one more question. Now this everybody should know. What are these? There's something here and there's something here.
Refuge floor.
Refuge floor.
No.
Mechanical
Refuge
floor.
refuge floor is every 7 floors. This is mechanical
Mechanical
floor.
floor.
Yeah. So this is the refuge area, 7 floors. No, I think this is also mechanical floor. This is a mechanical floor and this is the refuge. So I'm giving you all the way how you all can learn the buildings through photographs since you all are not able to visit site. This is the core. This is the jump form work. So these are the framed structures, RCC structures. These are perimeter columns and a core inside. Perimeter columns and these are spat columns and there are core inside. So please look at the structures and then see how the shapes have been evolved. Now individually I will tell you. So this is also RCC. So these are all RCC bands. This is curvilinear for the purpose of. Who can tell me why is this curvilinear? Come on. Come on, open up your mic and talk. These are the latest high rises built. I hope you all know the names of these buildings. Can anyone tell?
Imperial Towers and Antilla, and this is Yoda. But I don't know.
So first one is World One Tower.
Yeah.
Second one. The second one is this towers. 1, 2, and 3. And this is the model. It's Omkar 1973. So this was a conceptual model with the crown and the drums, which never got built. Why? Because of regulations. Okay. So this was done by Foster's. So he thought that something can happen in Mumbai, but regulations are so tough, even Foster's won't be able to execute what he dreamt. It's challenging. They're trying to take approval since 3-4 years now. They are still not getting. This is World One. So why is this curvilinear? No one answered my question. Why is this form like a free-flowing form?
To resist the
Huh.
wind
Only
that
when
to बेंड नहीं होना चाहिए इसलिए कर्व दिया so that wind can flow easily.
If you resist the wind load, it will be a problem. You should not resist the wind load. You should allow the wind to flow. You said exactly the opposite. So all these shapes are almost curvilinear. This building, even this building, it's a mushroom plan, but it allows ventilation. It's called aerodynamics. So it's governed with engineering. So these were done by foreign architects majorly. Most of them are done by foreign architects, except for this one. But it only the structural aspect and the wind pressure resolution govern the architecture of these buildings. This is what I wanted to tell you all. Okay. But if the developer governs the design of the building and the developer would do something like this, then the building would look beautiful, but it will not be able to achieve this trademark of design. Okay. So these were very good innovators. This is the first twin towers ever built at this scale. It's a very interesting building as a response to commercial development. So these are also developers, but they gave architecture and structural a more free hand to perform based on their analysis and study and engineering. So this is what evolved. And this is one more simple slender building which is evolved. It's called Loda Altamonte. It's next to Yantilia. So they are very good buildings. This is a complete glass architecture. This is evolved only as a solution for the government regulations which have changed in 2010 and 11. So all these buildings were pre-approved before the regulations got changed. So imagine we are talking of an architecture which evolved before the regulations changed and architecture which evolved after the regulations changed. So, but the previous regulations allowed for a flexible decks. So you can see decks here. You can see the voids. You can see the voids here. You can see how these now drums never worked because of new regulations, but they had these voids. They had these connecting podiums. It had all the facilities available on the connecting podiums. And this is also new design as per the new regulations, where these are hotel projects basically. So these are all three are hotel projects. So this design was actually this design, this building, conceptually done, but it changed effectively due to regulations and economy. Everybody must have seen Four Seasons at least in movies or in while traveling to Mumbai from Worli area.
Yes, sir.
So again, it has a side core and the central open space and the voids for refuge. It's a very clean, neat building, and most important thing is everything is viewing the sea. So they have tried to optimize the views. Now those were hotels. Now this is examples of residential with sky bridges. Now there is a regulation which allows free sky bridges connecting the two buildings. So a lot of architecture has been evolved in considering exploration of this regulation. This is L&T Crescent Way project in Parel. So they have taken the mid podium and connected them. And what has happened is this has become actually the most functional space. It is functioning more better than the podium right now, the podium amenities, because of the sky connection in it. It has a lot of ventilation and also community health wise also, like these people could actually use this space, but the upper guys could actually come down halfway and use this space. So it's very efficient right now. I think it's not a completed project. It's in between few towers. One tower is left, I think, but otherwise it's a nice building. Simple and good construction. You need to learn construction technology from these L&T Crescent Bay Tower projects. It was earlier Omkar project, and now Crescent Bay has been completely done with L&T inputs. A lot of windows, opening, balconies, everything has been detailed well. Please learn that. Now, this was a proposal in New Vadala, as far as I remember. I'm still a little confused, but it was a proposal for Dosti developers in New Vadala. I may be wrong. I am forgotten. And this is this Godrej towers basically in Maharashtra. So it also explored natural ventilation. So it is not up to the Kanchenjunga, but it's pretty much good in shape from natural ventilation point of view. It's because it's only one apartment horizontally east to west facing, so it has tremendous potential of natural ventilation. All these buildings had 2 to 4 floors. So it never explored the potential of cross ventilation except for little bit out from the kitchen and all those things. Now these were the projects which we worked basically during my tenure. So with Anupam Day, we resolved a building. So with sky decks, this is 2 projects where we did a lot of study with engineering team for having plantations grown on the sky. So this is a completed building now. It just got completed during the lockdown. It's called Sky Forest. Now it's taken up by Nucleus team. And again, this is India World Sky, which is over. So we explored potential of refuge. So this was old approval. We could get only up to here. New approvals because the developer did not want to lose the FSI and the heights and all. So he removed the decks later on. But then these are very beautiful spaces and you get very good views. You can see from here. These are exploring sky decks and sky views. You can look at the amount of shade these decks could actually produce to safeguard the facade. So they were very good. This is a very good, so this is also on the old approvals. So part new approval was there, but then we kept the same typology and we could complete up to 58 floors here. So this is that the V columns which I was talking at to one of the questions. So you can see this V columns. This is one in double center design. Just zoom in. So the entire driveway has a V column and this entire building is tilted up to a certain floor and then straight. This is in Mulund, Thane, Mulund, Cheknaka area. It's called Tata Avisa. It's project struck with certain approval issues. It's by Tata developers, Tata Housing. And then we are connecting sky bridges. We're connecting very rooftop amenities, connecting rooftops. So this is the potential right now available for us to utilize. There can be many more, but as far as we understood, it's only such kind of available spaces available for us to develop the cutout, the voids. So previous to my, before I came back from London, there was these India Bulls towers where these large cutouts for refuges were made. And these are very beautiful spaces which were done. So these are also like 30-floor buildings, 32-floor, 30, 28. So it has huge cantilevers, 20 meters, 24 meters cantilever spaces. And everything is green. Lots of movies have been shot here now with this kind of space available. And these were some decks which were jutting out for refuge. So it provided refuge from the driveway nearby, so fire tender could stand here and firefight on every alternate floors. And sorry, on that time it was every 4th floor. So then there was also a refuge, and these were also refuge connecting the 2 buildings. They were done with free of FSI basis. So now also we can do, but not so much. It will be little less. And this was done by I forgot, there's a Singapore architect, Cybertecture, where he explored the void and he created a very beautiful space. It's in BKC, Deutschbank building is called. I forgot the name. It's called 1 BKC, I think. And this is the new building which is platinum rated, and Godrej one is one of the prime properties in Vikhroli. Very green space, green hub. They have also utilized every fourth floor refuge office building. Everywhere you can see they have used solar panels, all the buildings, green terraces, cooling systems. So, so not only that, there was earlier one exploration done by his contractor where he did a void in the middle of the building, and it's a very beautiful building. It's there in Century Bhavan area in between Worli and Prabhadevi. Crompton Greaves building is called. It's nice exploration, simple detailing. So he had east-west open basically. No, east. Yeah, I think this is north-south open and east-west were shut. Environmental response as per the design. A little bit of an angle. And so there, I think I'll end today's session with this detailing of natural ventilation. I would request students to keep exploring Kanchenjunga, not copy them, but understand how these apertures, the lower aperture, the wider aperture work, ventilation strategy happening, how the structurally, how the stability was done, how the facades were created. Again, this is nice collection, and I'll give you the links of all this. Architects whom I discussed earlier, Indian, non-Indian architects who are actually having a lot of potential of designing. So further to which I think,
Sir,
yeah, yeah,
I have a small doubt.
yeah. Just one second, let me complete. Further to which, if your explorations are really good and y'all are actually wanting to, as a students, y'all are really wanting to adapt to a very different tangent, there is this evolve where you can learn, explore, even participate in this. And this is out of the mind. As a student, you can go into all this. Forget the practicality part of Bombay because that is too much of detailing. But then this is where you will get the answers to what can work in Bombay rather than what cannot work. So there is this nice competition. One should also participate. I always request a lot of my students to participate in this competition. If the ideas are really working well, I can also help you all out. And this, so please refer to this. If you say like even like 2016 winners, you can see how they are exploring different ideas. Now this is out of the mind and it is not practical at all right now, but effectively after a few years, people will engineer and get things rolling. So please refer to this website to understand where you can go ahead with. Okay, it's not necessary. This is something someone has explored green farming on the lower floors and then the actual tower. So please try to work towards designing rather than just like ye rule hai and this is what I want to do and this is my constraints. So just throw out all the constraints. We can always work around all the constraints, but explore design, explore environment friendly response, explore the idea of getting natural ventilation in Mumbai, the key factor for everything, and then get back to us. Yeah, so thanks. And it was a long day. I will share with Ki ma'am the design brief and the summary of all the YouTube videos and all where you can learn more. And also I will share the CAD file for the site. So you can form and you can divide yourself.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. I'll share it with the students.
Yeah. And open for the questions. had a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Shivani.
So right now, Lodha is trying to build superstructures in Mumbai of 68, 78, and 88 floors. Even the construction for 78 floors building was started, but right now it has stopped, saying it is way too tall for Mumbai and for aeroplane landing clearance is very much needed. So rather than passing the approval for design, why didn't it deny it in the very first place? The materials and money will go to waste.
It's a very good question. So basically what happens is getting approval from local bodies faster. Now, aviation, it's a central government decides what are the heights and what are the planning because that comes under national building design. So what happens is you can never get an answer in Mumbai or in Delhi. सब कुछ पहले करके you will never be able to design. Then you lose years. To get an answer from aviation, it took me 12 years in one project, whether you can do it or not. And that too, they keep changing. Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
practically, it's very different than theoretical answers, what you're expecting. But abroad, when you do projects, you have to get all the approvals, then only you can start project. In India, that doesn't work right now, and they are trying to reform the system, but it's very difficult. It's practically impossible to reform where you get all the approvals first and then you design. So then you get a local body approval up to certain height, and then beyond which you have to go with the ASM. So now what is happening is in the climate change, also this is a very important note which you need to understand. Like in the climate change analysis, is central government is trying to change the minimum plinth level, which is mandatory. So now they are reforming everything. So those projects would never got approval earlier will always have a problem later on because they will lose to what 600 mm, 800 mm heights, and then they will fight for it and all those things. Once it goes to Supreme Court and all, it takes years to get approval. So Lodha will develop. He will make six-story building, and he will keep fighting for the 70. By the time he finishes, it takes 10 years, 12 years to make that. So we will try to get some approval if it's really approachable and approved. Because you never know, in 12 years, Navi Mumbai airport will come and then it will be a very different scenario. So all those things only builder can envision. We can't envision because we are not trained to do that. If you start working with a developer, you will be trained for all those things.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So any questions on the building? So I just showed you all the central Mumbai area basically, the Dadar, Worli, Mahalakshmi, Mumbai Central, that zone. So this is the western zone, the same zone I want you all to design on the east front. So you all have any questions? Because we won't be available. You all need to come up with a design solution for the next class. That is the after tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
So I hope all of you have understood what your output is supposed to be.
I want you all to come up with a basic design building color with a core. And what are the apartments? And what are the structure systems? Someone will do MEP. Someone will do firefighting.
So do you want each person from a group doing different things, or each group focusing on only one thing?
No. Each group will cater to all the chapters.
Okay.
Output should be only one. I don't want to see 10 outputs. So that is design thinking where, see, any high rise, no, one architect can't come and say, like, office contractor can't come and say, I have only designed the building. He has a group of architects. He has a group of teams. So all the high rise buildings should never come with only like like Ninad has done the building, it can never work. Yeah, it is a collaborative approach. So this SKI is based on a collaborative approach where you all as a friends, like you all know each other since 4 5 years now. So you all should be able to work together and come up with a complete cohesive design solution, right? It's no one's brand name. It's not Loda building. Loda is only a brand right now, but there are, I think, more than 800 architects working for Loda and more than 800 architects working for that project to work on. It's never one person in any complicated project.
Okay, so I think the pointers are quite clear what they are supposed to do. A classroom would be created for all of you where you can upload the work. And sir, may I add you in that classroom so you can
Yeah, yeah,
review
yeah,
the work?
yeah.
So I'll do
I,
that today.
I'll share you my Gmail email ID.
Yes, sir, that would be better. So
Yeah,
even you can review the work, and all the students will be working with their respective faculties who
yeah,
will be guiding them how to go about it.
yeah. So from once you'll have the base ready now, so then I will in the next session I will take you all to the environmental parameters and design by the architects, and then you can start doing that on Tuesday, like some changes, and then we can close on that. So Tuesday will be more of working. It will be less of my session and more of discussion debate. So one after the other, we will take the reviews accordingly.
Okay, sir. Today's session was quite, I think, eye-opening for them to start thinking what they need to do.
Yes.
And once we share the resources with them, maybe they will be able to achieve some base level at least for the workshop tomorrow.
Right. Right. Right.
Students, anything else you want to add?
Ma'am, I have a doubt.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, the Tata housing which has been constructed on bypass near Bhiwandi Kalyan.
I can't hear you, Prachi.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the Tata housing which has been constructed on Bhiwandi bypass, it gets water accommodation during monsoon. Can we consider it as design failure? And what would be
It gets
solution?
water.
Accommodation means during heavy rains, म्हणजे तिकडे पाणी साचतो पावसाळ्यात असं.
Yeah, that happens in a lot of places in Mumbai. So of course it's a design failure. But what has happened is, like that happens also in central Mumbai. Forget on the outside Bombay. So what happens is now any design brief we give now as a developer, it has a constraint. So what they do is they average out everything. It's called design basis report, which is to be submitted by a structural person, a services person. So then there are offbeat seasons where things go beyond the average. So that is where the structural failure, because you can't do 100% soundproof, 100% airproof, 100% waterproof. So there is a limit or a standard in which one needs to design. Now, every monsoon it has water logging, then it's a major water failure, the design failure. But one of it's a heavy rain and there's a water clogging, then that is ruled out, because what happens is the cost to do that kind of a system is very high, and the engineering to be execute those projects and maintain those things. So in the outskirts, so they will hardly do all those things because the project costing and the budget is very low. But even in the central Mumbai, there are a lot of problems. I've seen this, and we are challenged. It's a challenging process because now what has happened after 12 to 15 years of high rises in Mumbai, there are major failures in the podiums. The podiums are leaking. There are major failures in the swimming pools, even in the water tanks design on the service floor. So it's a very gray area which A lot of architects and engineers have to work together with the maintenance team and develop. Because now architects are looking only at designing new things. If you ask them to go and correct their old things, they are not interested. So there's a new opening for all of you to start getting interest in certain kind of restoration work of new buildings, not restoration of heritage buildings. So these all are opening up slowly, because a lot of failures were there in the budget issues are there, cost cuttings are there. Sometimes proposals by architects and engineers are there, but budget nahi hai to builder chhod deta hai. It's not necessary. All those are there. Now blame game karke koi fayda nahi hai. So what people do is they try to do a remedial solution. Now Tata generally doesn't have this kind of a facility of problems, but because of certain issues they might be having, because they have executed lots of projects. In fact, their engineering team is the best right now. The industrial engineering. I don't know about the residential. Industrial is the best.
So, म्हणजे आता जर problem, what will be solution for it now? It has been already constructed. So,
अरे there are a lot of solutions. अभी वो practically कैसे करने का वो मैं कैसे बता सकता हूँ, तो प्रोजेक्ट में जाना पड़ेगा ना. अभी we are doing coastal roads in Bombay. We are doing tunneling work in Bombay, which is 30 meters below the ground level. Everything comes with a money, cost, budget. बजट नहीं है तो कोई नहीं करेगा ना. अभी सोसाइटी फॉर्म हो गया, सोसाइटी के पास पैसा नहीं रहेगा तो वो थोड़ी ना उतना खर्चा करेगा. अंडरस्टूड. Solutions are there, but you need to know at what cost and at what time. So Tata, to protect his brand, if the society goes and talks to them, they might probably help, but not beyond the costing. So it's a very particular question you are asking now. I give you general answers. Particularly, they need to appoint a proper architect, a proper engineer, and do the survey, what the issues are, where the leakages are, what the table, how to reduce the water table around. So there are a lot of practical things one needs to look at. In Dubai, though, they're constructing in the middle of the sea. Now this Shivaji Maharaj island we are creating in the middle of the sea.
yes, sir.
Bhiwandi road is the middle of the land. It's not a major solution, a problem. But वो पैसे का problem होता है ना, पैसा कोई खर्चा नहीं करता है.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. तो solutions है, but उसके लिए खर्चा करना पड़ता है. Right engineer, right architecture, right method follow करेंगे तो justifiable हो सकता है. So there are around, as far as I know, there are more than 45 buildings in Ghatkopar area which are actually swimming, and people are staying. Every monsoon they swim. It's G+4 structures. Your sir will guide you all if I'm wrong on that. And there are big banks lockers inside that. I have personally visited 2 of them during the monsoon to understand that there is no solution. It's there, floating. They've gone for redevelopment since 15 years now. No one is bothered to do even redevelopment there. Many such conditions are there. Now everything revolves around our industry, is whether you are appointed, whether you are interested, whether it fits your budget. It's all on commercials. But as a design approach, one can do it. As a designer, one can also reduce the water table up to certain area, like say, you can suck out the water around. And good question, Prachi. Eye opener for a lot of architects who think they can do marvelous things, but practical issues are a lot of importance.
Very true, sir. Maybe if these problems are thought of at the time of conceptualization, because finding a solution later on becomes a even bigger problem. A lot of money goes into it. So at the time of conceptualization, if certain things are sorted out, maybe it might not lead to such a large problem.
Yes.
So Definitely, the onus would be on architects. When we are designing, we have a foresight and we should work accordingly. Okay, sir. So we can conclude it for today.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, sir. It was really interesting. Thank you so much for sparing your precious time and coming here. And I'm sure the students have definitely learned a lot of things. It was eye-opening for them, and I hope they do put those things in their work that they are going to be presenting tomorrow or day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, students.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.